Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the regular meeting of the City Council to order. Could I get a roll call, please?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kalojevic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here.
I'm McCorm.
Okay, if we could rise to salute the flag. And Councilmember Narenheim, would you mind leading us today?
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone place your right hand on your heart and on three. 1, 2, 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Moment of silence.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see, item D, presentations, proclamations, and announcements. We don't have any of those tonight, do we?
Council announcements.
Council, go through each council member.
Okay. Any announcements from the council members? Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, I got a couple announcements. My normal community meeting is this weekend. It is not. We're doing some work on Alta Vista Community Center. So it's been moved to next weekend, which is March 16th. Same place, same time, just a different date. In fact, next couple months, we'll have some switching around to some locations and dates and times. So keep track of that. We will be having a community meeting. I will also be having a online meeting as well. I've got a lot to cover here. Lots been happening in the last few months. I've taken a few trips, cool trips, which I'll go over in a second. And speaking of a lot of events that are happening, there's a couple things that are happening here in the city. The Kite Festival right there on the beach at Ainsworth Court, just south of the pier. Go ahead and grab your kite, buy your kite from the pier, and then come on down. There should be beautiful weather this weekend. And you can fly your kite. There's usually hundreds of kites down there on Veterans Park and the pier and everywhere. It should be a really, really cool event. It always is a cool event. So spring is right around the corner. It's daylight savings time this weekend, so there'll be lots of sun, lots of wind, and plenty of good kites and fun times. Next thing is, I don't want to forget our public safety seminar on Sunday. It's actually on Sunday as well. So Kite Festival is at around noon, I believe, around noon to 3 p.m., 2 p.m., right in there. And then the public safety festival starts at 10 a.m., and that goes to about 3 p.m. So you can catch both. You can come down, you can park anywhere around here, park at the pier, you can do a walk, jaunt between the two, and enjoy everything the city has to offer on Sunday. The last thing I'd like to report is I did a tour of the State Water Project last week, Thursday. Left super early Thursday morning, 6 o'clock, flew up to Sacramento and then got on a bus and went up to Lake Oroville and did a tour of Lake Oroville, the pump house down below, the hydroelectric station. And then we checked out the dam, the infamous spillway, asked a lot of questions. And then we came back to Sacramento and did a tour of the Delta and did multiple stops in Delta. Then we went over to San Luis Reservoir, which is about 3/4 of the way up on the 5 freeway. And then we went down to a almond farm and almond processing facility. And then we went down to the Edmonston pumping plant, which is a pumping plant that has not been ever recreated anywhere else on this earth. It pumps water 2,000 feet up into the Tehachapi Mountains. Now, all of this was built in the 1960s with the vision in the mid-60s, the engineering of the 60s, the vision of the 60s, and execution in the 60s. And it's an amazing water project tour. It's open to a bunch of elected officials and sometimes non-elected officials. Don't worry, the Metropolitan Water District paid for this, so water rates paid for that, but I'm reporting out anyways because I took a ton of photos and I learned a lot, and I'll be showing the photos and education about what went on at my community meeting, both in person and online. And water is a fascinating subject, and water is power, and I learned how much that means on so many different levels, from legal power to actual power, physical power, electricity, and it's amazing what we've done to shape our environment here in California. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Couple announcements. One is we had a great District 2 community meeting a little more than a week ago with Alan Sanford and Jeff Jones from Beach Life and the California Surf Club. Lots of exciting things are happening with that. So be ready, because that's going to be a hot place to visit in about 5-6 months. And also thanks for Mayor Light for joining us. We appreciated you, and we talked about memories of Bill Brand, and that's the next thing I want to talk about. Is we had a really nice ceremony on Sunday. Thank you for the staff, Renee, everybody for putting it together. It was really well done, and the speakers were terrific, and I think Bill would have really appreciated it. He was a special person. Those of us who got to know him personally, he had a tremendous amount of impact on my life, and many of you don't realize everything he's done for this city. And I just want to emphasize again how devastating it is for the city to lose Bill. And but again, it was some ways therapeutic. It was a really nice ceremony. We talked about the highlights of his life and everything he gave. The third thing I want to talk about, and I kind of wrestled with this, whether or not to bring it up. I've been on the council now. It's going on my 8th year, and I don't think I've ever commented on a vote that we've taken. I think this is an exception. I got a lot of calls over the last week about the leaf blower ban being lifted. And it seems like a small issue. It's actually a pretty big issue to a lot of people. We have a friend who's a cancer survivor. She was disappointed. She wrote me a number, I think only Councilmember Nierenheim and I were on the council when we had lots of kids from the high school coming and talking about asthma. And I think we really I want to go on record saying I think we took a really step backwards in this community when it comes to environmental protection, quality of life. Just today, the leaf blowers at full blast on my street, not just battery powered, but electric, but gas. And, here we are, we eliminated one of the largest sources of air pollution in our community on December 31st by the shutdown of AES. And here we go, a step back. And everything's battery powered. Leaf blowers are harmless. They're throwing stuff at 150 to 200 miles an hour around. Think about that. And I hate to bring this up, but Mayor Brand was very opposed to lifting it. And I think here we are celebrating the life of somebody who just passed from lung cancer. And here we are making particulate matter worse in our community. And I can't even say how disappointed I've been with enforcement of only 36 tickets over the last year. That's less than one a week. I'm just very disappointed. I think the world of everybody up here, but I do think that we made the wrong decision in doing that. And it's rare that you'll see me ever comment on a past vote, but I hope we really rethink this before we take it to the next level. And you listen to folks, because we said no to everybody that was here pretty much, and very few people wanted to keep it. To get rid of it. A lot of people wanted to keep the ban. And I've now heard other cities are now looking at it because of our vote. So we've harmed, I think, not just our city, but the other areas around us. So I hope you all take that to heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalajevic?
Very good. Thank you. I wanted to thank our Public Works team who came, the traffic engineering team that came to my community meeting last Tuesday. You gave so much good information, and our residents were really, I think they were happy with how we handle things in the city and got some really good answers. So thank you for showing up. I really appreciate your time. And I just want to shout out that the RBPD is going to have their e-bike event on Thursday, 7 p.m. at Anderson Park. That's a big issue in our community, and I hope all of you who have some concerns show up. and participate in hopefully a solution going forward. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji?
I think you meant to say 6 PM Anderson Park, right?
Yes, I'm sorry, did I misspeak?
I thought I heard 7, but
No,
6
it is
PM
6
Anderson
PM,
Park
correct?
Thursday. That'll segue into my first, or was supposed to be my last announcement, which is my community meeting is stupidly planned for 6:30 PM on Thursday. But here's the good news, they're conflicting. Go to the e-bike workshop if you've got a kid with an e-bike or you have an e-bike, or you've got a kid with a bike, please. Because that's a top complaint that we get from residents, and here the city is providing free education and safety awareness for you. So please lead the way for your kid by going to that. You can catch my meeting on Facebook. It'll be live streaming there and then available afterwards. I also want to thank city staff, Mike Wazanski, Elizabeth, Luke, Renee, everybody. I saw some police civilian employees whose names I don't know who pitched in to make that a wonderful event, and the public for attending in the hundreds. So thank you for honoring our great mayor, Bill Brand, by coming out last Sunday. I also want to thank our Department of Public Works because we have a dog run in North Redondo, the first of its kind, that got installed about just over 2 years ago. And at this point, the mulch had kind of degraded and melded into the dirt. And a resident complained to me like, hey, can we get new mulch? I just responded to her and BCC'd the Public Works staff and said, let me see what I can do. And my intention was to ask them how much it would cost and try to get the appropriation, so on and so forth. That was on a Monday, and by Thursday, they had put new mulch in the whole dog run. So thank you, Mike Klein. Thank you, Ted. Really appreciate that. And additionally, I want to congratulate our Region 17 under 12 girl champs. They're called the Smurfs from Redondo Beach because they won the Area 1 sectionals and are advancing to the Western States Finals. And they won the Area 1 sectionals by winning 5 games in a row with no subs. So congratulations to them. We're very proud of them. And last thing, South Bay Council of Governments General Assembly on Artificial Intelligence will be March 28, 2024 in Carson. More on that later.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrett?
Thank you, Mayor. I have one thank you and 3 announcements. The first thank you is to our city manager, Mike Wazanski, and the public works staff. I see Ted Simon, Mike Klein, for the great job you did at the Anderson Park Playground with that resurfacing project. I've been there a few times now. It looks great, it feels great, and everybody's enjoying it. So thank you for getting that done. Announcement-wise, we do have on Saturday at Anderson Park, Kiwanis. They're having their Fitness Fun Day, which should be a great event. It's going to be 9:30 a.m. to 12 noon. It's a free event for all, so please come on out. And yes, Thursday, March 7th, we are having the e-bike community meeting, as has been said. I want to say it again, and I want to thank our city manager and our chief of police, Joe Hoffman, who's here tonight, for following through on that, because that is part of the plan of action. We're having a community event. We're listening to residents in person and doing what we can to ensure e-bike safety in our community in a way that is agreeable to the residents and makes sense. And my last announcement, tomorrow night, we're going to have the D5 community meeting, District 5. It's going to be at 6 o'clock at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center, and it's going to be a very special guest, our own mayor, Jim Light. Thank you for making the trip in person. It's going to be informative, it's going to be inclusive, and it's going to be interesting. And it's an opportunity for District 5 residents and others to not only learn about our new mayor, but to give our mayor an opportunity to learn about them, learn more about District 5, the concerns and questions they may have. So we're really looking forward to it. Again, it's tomorrow night, Wednesday, March 6th, 6 p.m. at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Looking forward to it. You all covered the things I was going to cover with the exception of one item. I just wanted to recognize our city attorney, Mike Webb, for 30 years of service to the city. Thank you very much. That's a big milestone. Appreciate all that service. Okay, moving on, approve the order of agenda. Item E, can I get a motion to approve or change the order?
Before we
of
do
agenda?
that, Mayor, if we could, there's one item I would like to push to next week if possible, item H19. We'll reschedule that for the March 12th meeting.
And can I suggest you move item P2 up ahead of
The authorities.
F1 so that you can run the meeting, so you're appointed as the chair of the Housing Authority and chair of the Community Finance Authority. It doesn't automatically come with
Right.
mayor. So I put that first and then you can run it.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as is with the following modifications, moving P2 in front of F1 after approval agenda, and to take out item H19 and leave everything as is.
Second.
Okay. All four?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, so we'll move P2 up and slide out H19 to another meeting. Let's see next. Okay, so we will now recess to the regular meeting of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority.
Actually, Mayor, we want to do
We want to
P2
move
first.
P2 first? Oh, I thought you said after F1. Okay, so item P2. Adopt by title only resolution CC 2403-17, resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending resolution CC 2401-3, appointing delegates and alternates as official representatives of the city to expire on June 30th, 2024. So is there a staff report on that one?
Yeah, we have a staff report. So technically, due to the fact, so the ones with the asterisk is where the mayor takes over. And then if there's any other areas of the agencies that you would like to change or switch, this is the time to do this. So this is what, it's for the mayor and then also any other areas.
So I do have one change on that one. I put Councilmember Kalajerovic, sorry, as the primary for, I think it was the southern, I don't have it in front of me. The SCAG.
Uh-huh.
And I'd like to put her as alternate,
Okay, and then who would you like to put as the delegate?
Councilmember Obaji.
Okay, switch it. Okay, so we will do that.
That's fine.
Any other changes?
Yes, please. Can we reappoint, if it's okay with Councilmember Narenheim, reappoint Councilmember Barrett as the alternate to the South Bay COG?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that. In fact, I was going to say, we can have two alternates on there if you'd like. So if you ever have this issue coming up again,
Can we really?
yes, you can have any alternates you want. Yeah, but yes, well, actually, no, you can't. You really have two.
I think,
Sorry, I take it back. You can have two alternates. So that way you can send, if,
is that under the?
I asked the COG
COGS
about
bu-
it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do that. Motion to amend it as the mayor stated and to appoint both council members Barrett and Narenheim as the alternates to South Bay COG.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay, any other discussion on the council?
For a second?
Okay,
I'll second
any
that.
member of the public like, I'm sorry?
I second
We
it.
need a second.
Oh, and you did.
Sorry.
Okay, any member of the public like to address this item? No? Anybody online?
There's no one with their hands raised on Zoom, and there are no e-comments, and there are no cards submitted.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Obaji, seconded by Councilmember Narenheim. All four?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
So you need to read the resolution.
motion carries.
Mayor, I'll read the title. Adopt by title only, Resolution CC 2403-017, Resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Resolution Number CC 2401-003, appointing delegates and alternates as official representatives of the city to expire on June 30th, 2024.
Okay, thank you. Now, moving on to item F1, the regular meeting of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. So
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is your quarterly update on, like you said, the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. I have our
I think we
housing.
have to do a
Yeah.
roll call.
Excuse me, yeah, we need a roll call.
And so I'm calling the meeting to order. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes, Member Narenheim,
Here.
Vice Mayor Lowenstein,
Here.
Member Kaljurovich,
Here.
Member Obaji,
Here.
Member Barrett,
Here.
and Chair Member Light.
Here.
Now we're okay? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is your quarterly update on the Housing Authority. I have our housing manager, Angelica Zavala here, and she will be making the presentation tonight.
Did you want, can you press stop presentation?
Hello, good evening. This is a quarterly status report of the Section 8 program and the Fair Housing Program for the months of December of 2023 and January and February of 2024. We currently have 444 families on our program, of which the majority, 337, are either seniors or disabled. Our current goal, as outlined in our 5-year and our annual plan, is to house 648 families. The challenges that we continue to face to reach our goal are the rising rents here in Redondo Beach, low vacancy, and negative stereotypes about our program or landlord participation due to that. The table on screen reflects the Section 8 activity over the last 3 months. We were able to execute 17 new contracts. We renewed 88 leases. We only had 8 families who moved off the program. The average monthly housing payment per family is $1,542, and the total amount of money that was dispersed in housing assistance payments over the last 3 months was a little bit over $2 million. The following are Section 8 funding news. Now, this is for calendar year 2023. We do expect our calendar year funding award letter to be received by the end of March. If it's anything like the one that we received last year and the years before, we do expect our Housing Choice Voucher Program and our VASH program to be fully funded. Our administrative expenses should also be funding. We do get 138.05 per unit that we lease. That's why it's very important that we lease as many families onto our program. And our EHV, or Emergency Housing Voucher Program, continues to be fully funded. We were allocated 29 vouchers, of which we've been able to house 16 families. Another highlight for us is the VASH program, which is permanent housing for homeless veterans. Right now, the Redondo Beach Housing Authority has a total of 34 veterans housed in Redondo Beach under this program. Now, our goal is to be able to utilize all vouchers that HUD has issued us. With authorization from HUD DC, we were able to increase our VASH payment standard to 135% of the fiscal year 2024 fair market rents. And the hope is that with this increased payment standard, our veterans are able to secure better housing here in Redondo Beach. The Section 8 waiting list. Our Section 8 waiting list was last opened in September of 2015. We currently have a little bit over 1,000 families on that waiting list, which is very good. At the beginning of last year, we had over 4,000. So through purging and through batching families from the wait list, we've been able to bring it down significantly. Any applicant who wants to check the status, their status on the waiting list, can call the number on screen, 855-361-9512, or they may visit the website, www.waitlistcheck.com. The Housing Authority continues to refer any families who need legal housing advice or need to speak to a housing advisor to the Housing Rights Center. The Housing Rights Center is able to help families with discrimination investigations, landlord-tenant mediation, or any mediation with neighbors, counseling, and they also do outreach and education. Anyone who needs to speak to the Housing Rights Center may call the number on screen, 1-800-477-5977, or they may send an email to info@housingrightscenter.com. They can also schedule a Zoom meeting if they visit the website www.housingrightscenter.org/help. This concludes my presentation. I'm here if anyone has any questions.
I'm not seeing it, so.
You logged in
Yeah, I logged in.
and joined?
It's nothing.
I do have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Caligerovit.
Thank you. So continually, the problem is participating landlords and lack of availability. What extra inspections or, things that landlords have to do to be Section 8? Are there additional inspections that they have?
Well, we do have to perform an inspection just to make sure that the unit is in compliance with housing quality standards. We are not looking for luxury. We're just looking to make sure that the unit is safe, that the doors lock, the windows work, the plumbing, the electricity, so nothing extra. Other than that, there's only a direct deposit form that needs to be completed so we can directly deposit the rents every month, and a W-9.
Okay, and then if rents were, for rent increases, what is the process for them to go through a rent increase?
A rent increase may only happen once a year. And in order for a rent increase to be approved, it does need to be in compliance, and that's with state law, which right now is 8.8%. Before we approve a rent increase, we do need to make sure that the rent is reasonable. We compare it to other units in the area just to make sure that our Section 8 tenants are not being charged more than non-Section 8 tenants. And we do need to make sure that the tenant received at least a 60-day notice
Okay,
of rent increase.
okay. And apartment buildings normally, correct me if I'm wrong, get inspected every 3 years?
Someone from on the Section 8 program, they get their inspection every other year.
On the Section 8
On
program?
the Section
but
8 program,
Every
yes.
apartment building gets inspected, apartments get inspected.
That I cannot answer. It's only for the tenants that we have living in the buildings that are on the Section 8 program that we go out to inspect their unit.
Okay, my only concern is that, having their apartment buildings being inspected every single unit, and then we're adding an additional inspection, which I understand we need to make sure that these units are livable and the standards are met. It's just an additional burden on the landlord, and this may be one of the reasons, that they're not participating. So I just wanted to bring that up, but we can look into that more. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for clarification, the landlord does not need to be present when we do the inspection. Once a tenant is there, we go in, we schedule this with the tenant. Only when there's a deficiency is it that we reach out to the owner to make sure that the deficiency is addressed.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'd ask the council to bear with me. I'm not getting the little messages that people are asking, so just raise your hand if you're interested. Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, I just,
Okay.
just signaling that.
Anyone else?
Do we need to open a public hearing?
Hearing.
There's
It's
no
not a
public hearing for this.
Okay,
Yeah, but there is a public hearing.
there it is.
There is, yes.
Okay, motion to open the public hearing.
And accept, I'll second that with amendment to accept the presentation. Comments? Is this probably,
This is item G on the agenda, right?
I thought that F1.
F1 on the main agenda.
But then
Oh, yeah,
on
you're
the
right.
financing authority meeting, it's the housing authority meeting, sorry.
Mayor,
No, there is a public
It
hearing
says
right
public
here.
hearing.
Under G.
excuse me, just as a point of order, we still need to vote on the consent calendar items before
Right to the public hearing.
before
That was
going
the
to
point.
the public hearing, if we may.
Oh, got it. Okay. So I'll make a motion to approve, well, we're in public hearings right now.
You have to go back.
Consent.
Consent calendar. Yeah.
Are
Can we make a motion to
Hold
take
on,
the consent after?
any of the items on consent calendar? Oh, we do have to go back to that. Never mind.
You have to go
Okay.
to the consent because of the affidavit.
Yeah.
Not as the council, you're acting as the housing
Right.
authority. So you have to, like,
We do have to ask for blue folder items as well.
Correct.
So,
Yeah, it's a little unusual.
so I don't think we're in consent, because you're in F1, the housing authority.
Yeah.
Okay, but I don't see the agenda.
There's a
I have
consent.
it right
Yeah,
here.
I have it right here.
For some reason, I don't. So
Okay.
I don't know what's
So
on the house.
let's reel this
The only
back
thing that's
in.
on here is
So first-
consent calendar and this.
So we're going to go back to the formal,
You can stay right here, and
Yeah.
there's not
Yeah.
hearing within the Community Finance Authority, is that correct?
No, there is.
This is
Oh,
housing.
there is.
Housing.
Item,
There is.
Yeah, there is a public hearing. What happened is the consent wasn't approved yet. If they went right into public hearing, which is not, I didn't realize that's what they were doing.
We didn't open up the
And
public
so we
hearing.
didn't.
None of us caught it.
Yes, and then we also needed to approve the affidavit of posting.
That's
Right.
it.
for the
So we have to
meeting.
go back to C, blue
I'm
folder
going to go
items
back
first.
to A.
So just for
order
the
of agenda.
record,
Yeah,
if I
there you
may,
go.
there are no blue folder items for the Housing Authority at this time.
You're
And then-
jumping ahead.
Okay.
Can I get an,
I'll make a motion to approve the order of agenda.
I'll second.
Wait. Right now, you're the housing authority.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're approving
Approving the
housing
order of
housing
the agenda of the
authority.
housing
Yes.
authority.
Okay.
So we should call a roll call.
Yeah,
or,
so
vote on that.
made a motion to approve the order of agenda.
And I seconded it.
Okay.
for the housing
okay,
authority.
all four?
All right.
Any opposed? Okay, so we're sticking with the order, sort of. Additional items for immediate consideration, blue folder items. Are there any blue folder items for the Housing Authority?
There are none.
Any blue folder items?
Blue folder items?
There are no blue folder items, and I apologize.
Okay, moving on to consent calendar, C1 through C3. Would anyone like to pull any of these?
No, but I will make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Any input from the public? Would anyone from the public like to pull anything from the consent calendar?
So
Housing Authority.
at this time, I don't have any cards submitted, and there are no hands raised on Zoom, and we do not have any e-comments for housing.
Okay, anyone in the audience? Okay, so we had a motion and a second. All four?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. There's no excluded consent items. Public participation in non-agenda items for the Housing Authority. Would any member of the public like to speak to the Housing Authority?
Chair member, I do not have any hands raised on Zoom. There are no cards, and there are no e-comments.
Okay, thank you. Item F, ex parte communications. Has anyone had ex parte communications related to the hearing?
I have not.
I have not either.
I have not.
Missed all of this.
Technically, Councilmember Kaljurevich just had a communication with Ms. Zavala in front of us, but besides that, no.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay. Item G, finally, public hearings.
Councilmember Barron.
Oh, I'm
Next
sorry.
party.
All right, I'll make a motion to open up the public hearing.
I'll second it.
Anyone opposed? Okay,
And I'll make a motion to receive and file that last presentation into the public hearing as if it were given at that time, this time.
Presentation and the comment.
Sure.
do I have a second?
Second that.
Okay, all opposed, anyone opposed? Okay, so ordered. So we have we opened the public hearing. Is there any public testimony on the briefing that we got a little bit early?
Chair member, I do not have anyone with their hand raised on Zoom. There are no e-comments for this item and no submittal of cards.
Okay, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All four?
Aye.
Aye. No, no one opposed. Okay, can I get a motion to adopt the resolution by title only? And to authorize the chair to execute the required certification forms?
So moved.
Yes, yeah. Second. That's the resolution number HA 2024-86.
So we have a motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, so ordered. Thank you.
And if I may read the title of resolution number HA 2024-86, a resolution of the Housing Authority of the City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the streamlined annual agency plan for fiscal year 2024-2025 for submission to the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Thank you.
Thank you. Item H, there is no old business. Item I, new business status report on Section 8 and fair housing programs. Is that?
That's what we just presented.
Okay, so I'm a little confused. So do you have something for item G that we did not get yet?
I wanted to go over just what our objectives are for 2024, if that's okay.
You want to go over, I couldn't hear you.
I wanted to go over our objectives for the upcoming year, 2024, 2025.
Anybody opposed to hearing that? No. Okay, go ahead.
Well, we have 4 objectives. One, increasing our lease-up numbers, and we're going to do that by continuing to pulling people from the waiting list and issuing vouchers as funding allows. 2, we'll be focusing on landlord recruitment and retention, and we'll be doing that through monetary incentives and landlord-tenant mediation and program advertisement. 3, we want to focus on education and training, and when I say education, we mean the community development of our staff and awareness of fair housing laws. And 4, program expansion. We do want to expand our Housing Choice Voucher Program, our VASH program, Emergency Housing Voucher Program, and hopefully soon be able to start the administration of a project-based voucher program. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Can we get a motion to receive and file?
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
I get a question. Are we supposed to authorize the chairman to execute the required certification or no? Because that's item D on GD.
I'm sorry, can you say?
This is under public hearing
But we appointed him already in P2.
to execute the required certification forms for submission of the,
That was part of his motion.
was it?
Yeah.
Well, was that what we did previously in the agenda item at the city council meeting? Was appoint him?
No, we're just authorizing him to sign on
thing.
To
behalf.
sign
Okay,
it.
all right, so
Yeah, that's
staff
here.
we need to
He's
do,
talking
we
about
need to do that then.
Right.
So make the motion.
Yeah, why don't you make it?
A motion to authorize the chairman to execute the required certification
We have to-
forms for the submission to the Department of Housing and Urban Development.
We close the public hearing first.
We did.
Okay.
We did.
We did, right?
Yes.
We did, yes.
We are just
Oh,
not
okay.
on
This
it.
is, this is a
Sorry,
strange
you
housing.
So I want
may
to
have voted.
apologize to the public. We got out of order here. We started with item I1 and then jumped to G. I know that's confusing, so bear with me. This is my first meeting, and I needed to rein in some folks who were jumping in too early. So what we're getting at is item G, the sub-item D, the authorization for me to execute the plan that's under discussion here.
There's a motion.
So we had a motion. Do we
I'll
have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second. All 4?
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay, any referrals to staff for the Housing Authority? Negative? Okay, with that, I will adjourn the meeting of the Housing Authority.
I'm sorry, for item I on new business, there was a motion and a second, but we didn't complete
Didn't vote.
an actual vote.
To receive and file.
Correct.
We didn't need to vote.
Okay, all 4 receiving and filing,
Aye.
item I1. Okay, that carries.
Thank you, Chair.
Now we're on F2, Financing Authority.
Okay, we're going on to item F2, regular meeting of the Community Financing Authority.
Roll call.
Maybe we can do this better.
I'm calling the meeting to order for the Community Financing Authority. Could I get a roll call, please?
Chairmember Narenheim,
Here.
Vice Chairmember Lowenstein,
Here.
Chairmember Kalujaverich,
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Chairmember Light.
Here. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda, or does someone wish to alter the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All 4?
Aye.
Oh, no one's opposed, so that carries. Item B, additional items for consideration. Are there any blue folder items?
There are no blue folder items for this.
Okay, consent calendar, item C. Would anyone like to pull any of the consent calendar items? Okay, can I get a motion to approve
Motion to approve items C1 through
in
C3.
a second?
Second.
Okay, anyone from the public would like to pull any of the consent calendar items from the Financing Authority?
Chair member, there are no hands raised on Zoom. There are no e-comments for this agency, and there are no cards submitted.
Okay. Can I get the ayes for the consent calendar?
Aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? Okay, there are no excluded consent calendar items. Public participation on non-agenda items. Would anyone like to address the Community Financing Authority?
There are no hands raised on Zoom. There are no e-comments, and there are no cards.
Okay, anyone from the public that's here tonight? Okay, moving on. We have no public hearings, no old business, no new business. Do we have any members' items, and referrals to staff? Anybody have any? Okay. So can I get a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All four?
Aye.
Okay, none opposed. Thank you. Okay, we canceled the Public Financing Authority, so we will move on to the regular agenda. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
and I can conduct the roll call for you. Councilmember Narenheim,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein,
Here.
Councilmember Kalujerovich,
Here.
Councilmember Obaji,
Here.
Councilmember Barrett,
Here.
and Mayor Light.
Here. Let's see, item G, blue folder items and additional black backup materials. Do we have?
Yes, we have a few tonight. Item J1, public participation on non-agenda items, public communications for that. Agenda item N1, discussion and possible action of improvements at Aviation Park and the potential for additional recreation amenities. That includes a PowerPoint presentation as well as public communication. And item N2, discussion and possible action on cannabis regulations related to retail location requirements and buffer zones, and that is an updated buffer map and public communication as well. And that concludes blue folder items.
Okay. Do we do a motion to receive and file? So do I have a motion to receive and file the blue folder items?
Motion to receive and file blue folder items.
Second.
Oh, no, blue.
Blue folder,
Yeah,
blue folder.
Sorry, yeah.
So we got a motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Let's move on to consent calendar. Would anyone like to pull anything on the consent calendar? Item H, and if you're following the agenda.
I will pull item H17.
H17, okay.
H7.
None for me.
I'd like to pull the police drone one. I'm sorry, which one's that?
That's H17.
17, okay, cool.
Councilmember Barron, would you like to?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so we have H17 pulled and H7 pulled, and we are moving H19 to another meeting. So
I'll make a motion then to approve items H1 through H6, H8 through H16.
let me get public,
I'm just making a motion, but you can, that's fine.
okay, do we have any public comments, anything the public would like to pull talk about from the consent calendar?
I'll second that motion.
Well, I'm not finished.
Oh,
We do not have any hands raised on Zoom. There are no e-comments, and there are no cards for this item.
Okay, anyone from the public in the room? Okay,
Okay, I'll make a motion then for approval of items H1 through H6, H8 through H16, and H18.
second.
okay, a motion and a second. All four?
Aye.
Any opposed? So ordered. Okay, can we go to item H7?
Actually, we need to read the resolutions first. Mayor Light?
Oh, go, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So we have,
Forgot to get-
bear with me, there's a couple of them tonight. Item H10, adopt by title only, resolution number CC 2403-012, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a contract to Hardy and Harper, Inc., a California corporation, in the amount of $213,800 for the Anita Street at Pacific Coast Highway to Maria Avenue Street improvements, westbound channelization project, job number 41240. Item H13, adopt by title only resolution number CC 2403-013 of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing the mayor to act as agent with legal authority to enter into a transfer agreement with the County of Los Angeles Flood Control District, and authorizing the city manager or his designee to conduct all related negotiations, execute and submit all documents, including but not limited to applications, agreements, payment requests, and any other grant-required correspondence which may be necessary for the completion of the Glenn Anderson Park Regional Stormwater Capture Green Streets Project to be funded under the fiscal year 2023-24 Stormwater Investment Plans for the Safe Clean Water Programs Regional Program. And item H16, adopt by title only resolution number CC 2403-014, resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of specifications to update the position of communications dispatcher trainee, and adopt by title only resolution number CC 2403-015, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book specifications to update the position of communications dispatcher. And item H18, adopt by title only resolution number CC 2403-016, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting a memorandum of understanding between the City of Redondo Beach and the Redondo Beach Professional and Supervisory Association from January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2026. And that concludes the title. Yeah, that was the first one.
Okay, item H7, I think Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Light. Mr. Saman? This is to replace the roofs at Wilderness Park Community Center as well as Alta Vista Community Center. Several questions, one of which is, I understand that we're using the CDBG money to supplement this. A, will that be gone completely? And then because of curb, there's still a lot of curbs that need to be replaced. The second thing is, will this affect the interior modernization of specifically the Wilderness Park Community Center? Will there still be money for that? Because we allocated money specifically, earmarked money specifically for that.
And I'll answer the first part of the second, and I'll let Mike talk a little bit more about it.
Okay.
No, there will not be any losses in terms of the CDBG funding for ramp improvement projects.
Okay.
Earlier this year, we completed last year's design of ramps. 34 ramps were actually built in the city. This year, we're still going to be designing those new ramps that's going to be constructed after the fiscal year basically ends. So those will not be constructed before the end of the current fiscal year. And as far as the funding is concerned for Wilderness Park improvements, yes, utilizing the CDBG funding actually complements the funding that the council had already provided for Wilderness Park. So no, this is going to provide, it's going to basically supplement it. And therefore, yes, there'll be more funding that's available for the interior improvements and other improvements at Wilderness.
Do we know how much money is available for that and when this will be completed?
For Wilderness Park?
Yes.
The interior, I'll let Mike maybe talk a little bit more about the improvements besides the roof. The roof is what we're asking tonight for the utility to utilize. Mike, maybe you talk about that.
So in the CIP for the Wilderness Park improvements, which included part of the pond redesign, it also included the park, the interior of the community center. We had close in, don't quote me exactly on the number, but it's like $450,000 in the CIP, and that was going to help out with design. We were planning on doing the roof with a portion of that money, but then the CDBG money became available, and so at that point, and it was eligible for a community center just like that. So we wanted to take the CDBG money and advance that to the roof.
Okay.
Then that way it would afford us a little bit more amenities that we could do on the inside. We do plan on interior bathroom partition replacements, fountains in the park, We have some interior plans for there's kind of a kitchen inside of the Wilderness Park that we plan on doing. We still have some work to do on the planning for that. The exterior of this is also include in the CDBG money that we're doing for the roof is also the beam replacement.
Okay.
That have rotted, that have deteriorated, and we're going to be getting to those. So we're going to be starting that very, very quickly. It was just opportunity for the CDBG money really became available. So we're still going to have money also for the pond design.
Because the 435,000 included the pond design, that's going to cost some money, obviously. So interior, 100,000, 150.
100 plus.
Okay. Okay. That's fine then, as long as we're not taking away the CDBG money in terms of the, or the interior money, I'm fine with that. I don't know if anybody else has any other questions, but.
Anyone else with questions on item H7? Councilmember Narenheim.
So do you guys get a report of funds that are expiring and when they're expiring? And how do you guys come across the decision? Because this is a good chunk of change that's, we're not doing other things, other projects with.
Well, the good news is this is a chunk of money that was really created, I think, through the backlog during COVID. We received additional capital monies for CDBG activities and programs that we applied to our traditional CIP. And we now have this excess funding that has a lapsing date coming up. So rather than have it apply to the curb ramp project, which was originally thought, and try to get it done in that manner, the design is going to be beyond that lapsing date. So we're pulling that money forward from the curb ramp project to the Wilderness Park roof to supplement that account. And then we'll restore through our normal annualized allocation of CDBG funds, the money for the curb ramp project. So in a way, what we're doing today, even though it's several years beyond the COVID one-time fund distribution, we're spending that money now. It was just able to flow through our traditional capital cycle year over year, but we're out of runway on spending those funds.
Okay. So we have, what is it, April, 14th or something, 25th?
Yeah, that's the deadline, I think.
And we have to have this contract signed?
Contract executed, and I believe work initiated. I'm not exactly sure what the requirement is after that, but I
Initiated.
yeah, and then I think we're okay.
The roof at the Veterans Park Senior Center needs work as well. I walked in there with a big blue tarp there as well. So, all the infrastructure stuff to do.
Yeah, we've got some leaks there, and ultimately, potentially another eligible project under CDBG funds down the road, so.
We had quite a few pop run through the winds that we found through that. That was a lot of the damage to Veterans Park. So we'll be looking at that's the next one on my target list.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, then I'll make a motion then, unless anybody else has any comments or.
Any other comments from the council?
Thanks, guys.
Did you want to make a motion?
Unless the public is.
Okay. Anyone from the public care to address this item? Anyone online?
Mayor, there are no hands raised on Zoom, and there are no e-comments related to this, and somebody just raised their hand to speak. And never mind, it's another item. They took their hand down.
Sir, did you want to address the council?
I was just curious how many bids were on this. I mean, we see one individual that has got the contract. Has it already been bid out for 3 people, or is this automatic take the contract?
2 bids.
I'm just asking.
There were 2 bids.
Excuse me?
There were 2 bids.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Okay, then I'll make a motion then to approve H7.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All 4?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, H7 carries.
And I have the title to read, or a few. Adopt by title only resolution number CC 2403-009 of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, declaring replacement of the roof at the Hopkins Wilderness Park Community Center as repair and exempting it from bidding requirements pursuant to sections 19 and 19.1A of the City Charter of Redondo Beach, and adopt by title only resolution number CC 2403-010 of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, declaring replacement of the roof at the Alta Vista Park Community Center as repair and exempting it from bidding requirements pursuant to Sections 19 and 19.1A of the City Charter of Redondo Beach, and adopt by title only Resolution Number CC 2403-011 of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2023-2024 budget modification to reallocate $197,820 of community development block grant funds from the citywide curb ramp improvement project job number 40399 to the redesign pond and clubhouse job number 31010 and the city facility roof replacement job number 20800 in the amount of $85,500 and $112,320 respectively, and appropriate $52,180 of community development block grant funds from the unallocated fund balance to the redesign pond and clubhouse job number 31010. That concludes the reading.
Could you repeat that? Just kidding, just kidding. Okay, H17, Councilmember Lowenstein, you pulled this first.
That was Nierenheim.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Narenheim.
That's right. Thank you, Mayor. So everyone knows this item is a $103,000 contract for a new drone company that we are utilizing here in Redondo Beach. And I got a couple questions. I like the idea and use of drones. It's less officers well, more work, less officers, ability to get to on scene quicker. Other cities like Beverly Hills have really, it's a force multiplier. Gardena, same thing. But Councilmember Lowenstein and I, for many years, have looked at contracts like this. First, originally, this was a much smaller contract, but now this contract has grown and it's new with a new company. And one of the things that we've really learned is that there are a lot of drone companies out there. And we started off with Flying Lion, and he was one of our volunteers and police, or not volunteers, reserve officers. And now we're moving, and this is a large contract. And one of the things that Councilmember Lowenstein and I have really pushed for is getting bids and being open with this and understanding. And this is like I said, a very large contract, $104,000, 172 for a year, and just over a year. So from March 5th to 2024 to June 30th, 2024. So it's only a few months. So, and then, so I mean, I see here we're getting a lot of money for grants, but grants come from tax monies, and I want to know how we arrived at this company and bids and what we're getting, why we moved. There's a big staff report here, but those things really weren't addressed in the staff report.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Joe Hoffman, Chief of Police. Also with me is Captain Jeff Mendez, and the fire chief's here as well to answer questions. In addition to that, the CEO of Redondo is also available via Zoom, and he can answer any questions specific to the company that I may not be able to answer. So we've been doing the Drone as a First Responder program for quite some time, with the background detailed in the staff report. And it's been a very successful program. But the technology is emerging. I started at the city of Redondo Beach 30 years ago in 1994. When I started here, I didn't have a cell phone. I hand wrote all my police reports, and I carried a tape recorder to record conversations. Over the past 30 years, the technology's emerged at such a rate in society, and we've been forced to keep up with it as a law enforcement organization in order to stay ahead of the curve and lead the way. Now, with Flying Lion, it provided a good service, but it had limitations. We have to have somebody on the roof that's a visual flight observer that can watch the drone all the time. If that's not up there, we can't fly the drone. We have to have somebody in dispatch that's flying the drone remotely. And if we don't have somebody that's 107 certified and able to sit down and dispatch, we can't fly the drone. And it provides limitations. So we fly it through about 3 days a week based on that contract during certain hours that we thought would provide the best coverage, but it provided limitations, and we could only do it during those times. And as far as I know, there are not a lot of drone companies that provide the types of drones of first responder services that we're using. And there is not another company out there that provides what Redondo is providing. And I'll give you some examples. The technology now is actually going to allow Redondo Beach to serve as a mini flight control center. So we are actually going to be able to have a radar that monitors air traffic around the city of Redondo Beach. So if there's an unidentified object, another drone, an airplane, a helicopter, the drone will respond automatically and return to avoid any sort of conflicts. That's good from a safety standpoint, but also we're not going to be required to have somebody on the roof anymore monitoring the drone flights because it's all done electronically now through that radar system. So we're going to have a cost savings there, and this is the only company that provides that service. There's not another one out there that done it. They're the only ones with the FAA certification to do that. And the technology now is going to, we have to have somebody up there that changes the battery. The drone flies, the old ones would fly for about 25 minutes, and then the drone would return to where we'd launch them from, and there was somebody up there that physically would change the battery. Aerodome has a docking station where the drone lands in the docking station and a robotic arm changes the battery. I watched it numerous times and it never malfunctioned one time. So we were going to be able to do this advanced drone as a first responder program without anybody on the roof. But probably the most exciting thing is we're not going to be limited by the hours that we would have somebody up there. We'll be able to fly the drone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, as long as we have somebody that's 107 certified that can take control of the drone if they needed to. Maybe that's somebody in dispatch. Maybe that's a direction that we go with our communications center. We obviously just got the EMD incorporated, so there's clearly opportunity there for additional certifications. But it could also be some of our already certified drone pilots that are working from their regular workstation in the computer or even on a cell phone. And we're currently in the process of identifying a program to issue cell phones to every single sworn member of the department. And furthermore, we're going to be able to identify types of calls, priority 1 calls, those are of the highest level, and the drone will launch automatically. This will integrate with our CAD services, and when the call comes in, the drone will launch and can get to the call. These drones fly about 60% faster and they stay up longer. Right now, it's about a 35-minute flight time. And we've had numerous incidents where the drone was able to get to the scene and provide that data to our communications center, which is relayed to the officers out there. But it's not just the police department, and that's why I asked Fire Chief Butler to be here as well too. But this shouldn't be looked at as a police department drone. It should be looked at as a public safety drone. Chief Butler has a couple of examples already where they were able to use the drone on medical calls. And in a situation like this, for example, if there was a structure fire, that drone could be launched, get to the structure fire, and that live feed could go to the captain who's in the passenger seat of the fire truck and provide intelligence about what they're up against, what streets need to be blocked, how many resources they need to drive to the scene. And that could be a significant public safety advantage there. We also use the drones for significant events. The ones that come to the mind the quickest are beach life festivals, the 10K, 4th of July. And those are usually part of our security plan to provide a live feed to our command center. And to me, I watch it constantly to see where the crowds are forming. And these have advanced night vision. But one of the most interesting features here is that flight control, the radar that I mentioned earlier. When I'm down at 4th of July, 10K, beach life, I'm constantly seeing drones in the air. And I know what ours look like, but I don't know what beach life's looks like that they're using to gather footage. I don't know what some other random one that somebody launched. Well, now we're going to be able to identify any drone that's in the area, and it's going to have tracking technology so that we'll be able to hopefully backtrack where the drone was launched from and then send police resources to that location. You know, one of the interesting things that we see from information from JRIC is terrorism attack could come in the form of a drone, and we need to be ready for that. And this gives us an opportunity to stay on the leading edge. So this contract clearly is more expensive, and that's why I wanted to do a short-term contract just for the remainder of the fiscal year. Because with this technology, I'm optimistic that once we launch it immediately, we're going to be able to gather data that we can provide to you during the budget process, either in a budget response report or part of my budget presentation, and potentially with a decision package to justify why we need a longer-term contract to enhance public safety services in Redondo Beach. I think that within the first 2 months, I'm going to be able to come to you with some success stories and clips. And look, this is how we used it, and justify that expense. We're able to reallocate some existing funding in the police department operating budget right now, so I don't need an additional allocation. And I'm optimistic that a program like this, which is only available through Aerodome, there's no other drone provider that provides these services, that will be able to enhance the public safety in Redondo Beach.
Cool. This is only for 4 months for $104,000. So essentially it's 1 quarter. So multiply that by 4. Yeah.
Well, we don't have a quote yet for ongoing.
3 months or 4 months, yeah.
Yeah.
4 months.
Right. There's some initial startup costs in there. So we don't, like I said, we do not have a quote yet for an ongoing contract, but I'm under the impression that it's going to be in the neighborhood of $250,000 a year. Because there's some initial equipment costs, the radar, things like that are one time, but the ongoing contract would be
Where would the radar be installed at?
on the roof of Beach Cities, where we're currently doing our drone launching from. And part of this agenda item does include an extended agreement with Beach Cities, which has already been
I
executed.
saw that. So that's 1 year for a year from
It's
this
1
March
year with
next-
an option to extend for an additional 2.
Right.
And it's been an optimal location. And then if in the future, I know that there's some construction plans there. Realistically, we would be able to move the radar. We're not quite there yet, but we'd be able to move the radar probably to the roof of the police department because we wouldn't need that elevated site based on the fact that we wouldn't need a flight observer that can actually stand up there and watch the drones. That's why we're at that point. It's one of the highest points in the city. And we actually have to be able to visually see the drone right now. If it's at night, you just have to be able to see that blinking light. But it's tough. So with this radar, we're going to be able to eliminate that, and we're going to be able to eliminate the personnel costs associated with that. So right now, a police officer costs about $250,000 a year when you factor in the benefits. So we're not going to need that in the future. We'll be able to hopefully train other personnel in our department that are already working, or the dispatchers, in the 107 certification so that they could take control of that drone if they needed to. But we wouldn't need a police officer in dispatch. We wouldn't need a flight observer on the roof. So even though it may seem like there's more money being expended based on the cost of the contract, when you factor in the personnel costs, ultimately, I believe that there's going to be a cost savings with a significant enhancement to public safety.
So Beverly Hills does a good job. They've really expanded out their services, and I believe they use Flying Lion, but I'm not sure who the other contractors are. They've really expanded it out, and they spend a lot more money, roughly $500,000 a year, but their force multiplier is much greater than that, along with a bunch of other cameras that they use. But focusing in on this particular contract, we're only using it for 4 months. When we come back and and you get the ask for this, I want to see some other quotes from other companies and do things similar to this and see the price point, because it's going to be a significant cost in the future. Right now, we're using department funds and some grant funds existing. That's fine, but in the future, I see this growing as a whole, larger and larger, and it already has. Other cities are growing it. So I know Councilmember Lowenstein and I have talked a lot about getting quotes and cost comparison understanding so that people know, and that this is done transparently and it's done in a method that we have dotted our I's and crossed our T's. I'm glad we're doing a drone program. It's like I said, it's a force multiplier. But I do also want to make sure that we are following best practices moving forward, and any, obviously grants that we can get along the way. So that's the questions I have.
I'm not aware of any other companies that offer these services, but maybe, because I only know what I'm familiar with your reading, we do have the CEO of the company on. If you'd like him to explain what is so unique about his company, he is available on Zoom, and he could probably give you a little bit of an overview there, because I don't believe that there's another company in existence that offers the same exact services that Redondo is currently. Flying Line does not.
Yeah, I mean, I expect the person who's getting the $100,000 contract to say they're the best and only ones. I would hope so. But I mean, last time when we signed up with this, when we did Flying Lion, it was also said, oh, nobody else is doing this, only one provider or 2 providers. It was all the same thing, and I get that. But the market has really expanded, and Beverly Hills has done a phenomenal job. They use multiple different vendors, and I'm not sure exactly who they use right now, but Gardena does the same thing. And there are other options out there. And to the point of what exactly these guys do versus other people do, I'm not sure, but I'd love to see it down on a piece of paper, on a report, so that when the public comes in and says, why are you spending $250,000 on a no bid contract for someone? I'll be able to come to them and say, this is why. So
yeah, we'll be able to provide you some comparative data at that time. And obviously, this is going to factor into our proposed budget in May, and we'll be having a full discussion, if not through a budget response report. I would imagine something specific in the budget request that will discuss how we fund this program into the future. I mean, same questions you're asking caught my eye. It's a short-term agreement. I think it gives us a chance to really understand the value here. And we're going to have to probably reorganize some of our technology spending in the department to sustain this operation in order to fund it on a continued basis. But we're talking about that, and this seems to be of our current technology deployment outside of body-worn cameras, this is probably the next most important thing that we do. So we'll bring that back, and we'll have a budget conversation, and we'll talk about comparative analysis and whether or not there are other programs that might be cheaper and what the benefits are of this particular vendor at the time.
And the last thing I say regarding Beverly Hills, we had a great presentation from them of ICA. I don't want to live in Beverly Hills with all the cameras at every single street corner. I mean, literally just about every single street corner. I mean, it's scary. You know, I understand the public benefit. I get it. But the amount of data that's being produced with the video and the recording, people like to have a little bit of privacy and know that they're not being tracked. They do a really good job of entrance and exits of the city, and they can be able to track cars when they come in and leave. So and they utilize the drone program accordingly, appropriately. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Beverly Hills has a real-time crime center,
Yeah.
which is a slightly different model. It's staffed with a combination of police and private security, but they have a lot of aspects to that.
Yeah.
That's a big operation to run. That'd be challenging for City of Redondo Beach, but some of the larger cities have.
High value, high target city.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein?
You must have read my mind because just about every question you asked.
Sorry.
No, it's quite all right. I'm glad you did. My issue isn't drones. I've actually seen the light on it, and I think it's great. In fact, I remember the ICA presentation very well. My concern is about no bid contracts. And to say, well, there's nobody else doing it. We don't know unless it's bid. And I've seen this more and more in not just the police, but everything. And I think I'm very concerned about it. This is a large contract, which it's equivalent to $250,000 a year or $300,000 a year. I really don't want to see too many of these, honestly. I think, I mean, I could just take your word, yeah, there's nobody else out there, but I don't know. And I'm going through an RFP right now for my company. Even though I pretty much know there's very few people that can do exactly what I'm looking for, I still put it out there.
I don't see any reason why we couldn't get an RFP together and still be able to meet when this contract would end and when a new one would start. So that's very realistic. We could take all the things in here that I think are only offered by this vendor, include what we feel we need to enhance this public safety services, and include that in RFP, and come back if we have another budget to present. If it goes well, we could include that for sure.
Well, but the problem is that we're going to invest some time into getting to know this system. And then all of a sudden, June rolls around, the budget comes around, and then we're like, well, let's take a look at it again. Well, we're up against the gun again in terms of the time. So I think I would have appreciated more if we would lead up to this with, let's put an RFP out there, let's see what else is out there. Now we're going to invest some time in it, and there's some sunk costs that are going to be involved in it when we look at it. So I'm even if it, like Councilmember Nierenheim said, even if it's grant money, it's still tax money. And I get very leery of us putting no bid contracts out there because we don't think anybody else can do it. And they could be the greatest thing since sliced bread. I'm not disagreeing with you in terms of drones. I know anything to help you guys, I will support within reason. But it's got to be done with transparency for our taxpayers, for our residents. And that's where my hesitation lies in this. And I would hope we don't do this too often, because to me, it's kind of getting out of best practice that we start doing this. We just did it with the roof on the police station, if I recall. Maybe there was a bid.
No, that was bid. No, that's a bid contract.
There was something recently we did. I'm like, why are we doing this no bid? Right? You know? Maybe it was design build or something like that. There was something we did recently.
Maybe. I mean, it's pretty rare. This is an unusual situation for us. Flying Lion, you might recall, was a sole source at the time. We've moved on now to Redondo, at least as a recommendation. And we have at least those two companies with experience that we can compare.
Well, if it's a hot industry, then I'm sure there'll be plenty of interest.
I would imagine more will emerge. Absolutely.
So that's my hesitation, Joe. I trust your judgment on, you know, I certainly not want to question your judgment on police activities. I'm just very leery about selecting things single bid. I am, unless it's really something that is super specialized. And I realize that this is a little bit that way, but I got to think there's other people doing it with so many police departments around the country using it.
It would be good to provide you that information. You know, what we've been told is that this air traffic control system, they have a proprietary license for that nobody else can get.
Yeah.
So if we put it out there in an RFP and they're the only ones that respond, then we'll present that information.
Okay. And the other thing is I share a little bit of the concern about privacy as well, too. About even if we train people, that's more and more people that have eyes on things. People are already leery about drones flying over their houses. the public that multiple people have access to this, then I think people get a little bit nervous about that. So I think.
We control who has access at any given time, and there's going to be a community portal that's going to be on the transparency link in the police department. So as flights are completed, they're going to automatically be uploaded to the community portal, and any member of the community can go click on that portal, click on a flight, and watch the flight tracking. You won't be able to see the video that was captured, but you'll be able to watch the exact path, how long it was flying, the speeds, and all kinds of information about that. So that'll be available at any time.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Thank you.
See, Councilmember Abaji.
All right. First, Chief, I want to say thank you for staying in the lead on this technology for the city of Redondo Beach. I was also at the ICA conference, Independent Citizens Association conference, and I recall Gardena, the chief of police there, speaking about how they were spending $300,000 on their drone program, and it was the best use of money that they could possibly doing for their police officers. And what the public's not seeing, if you could light up 2B, please, Madam Clerk, is that the police department did a test between November 9, 2023 and January 1st, 2024. And they analyzed the data from this drone system against what they previously had with Flying Lion. And that this drone was the first police resource at the scene 95% of the time, meaning you dial 911, 95% of the time, the drone was the first thing showing up. And that was a 12.7% improvement. Then it had an average response time of 1 minute and 25 seconds, which was 32% faster than the prior system. Had a high definition video stream connected 99.8% of the time, which is the previous system's 28% of the time. It had 0 flights dropped due to control connectivity issues versus 2.8% with the previous system. And it resulted in 28.5% of calls cleared without patrol resources, meaning not sending a vehicle, not sending an officer or a fire truck 28.5% of the time. And most importantly, suspects being located by the drone 25% of the time, which was an 89.4% improvement from the previous system. So this is a huge public safety value to the community. And what I want to say to you all, the public who are watching this is all the more reason why you should be calling the police whenever there's any suspicious activity in your neighborhood, even if it's a vehicle break-in, because the drone can get there very quickly and potentially identify these suspects and track them down. So thank you for keeping us on the leading edge. I fully support this. I'd welcome an RFP put out there, even just to demonstrate that only one company can respond. And thank you for that. That's it.
One interesting thing to note is that the drones don't patrol. The drones aren't just up, rotating around the city, looking for stuff, waiting for things to happen. They respond to calls. A call comes in, the drone launches, goes to the call. When the call's over, it goes back. The only time we put the drone up to monitor is when there's a large-scale event, like I mentioned before, Beach Life, the 10K, large crowds, 4th of July event, something like that where we need to live stream into our command post. But the drones aren't out there patrolling. They're call-based, the response.
Do you have any?
No.
So I have a couple. So I don't want to go through a whole tech discussion, but radar can't see through buildings. So if you put it on the police station, how do you see through buildings that are up a hill?
It's BCHD.
I'm sorry?
BCHD.
I can't hear you.
BCHD.
No, but he said he could, when BCHD is being built, they could put it on the police station.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, that's, hopefully, maybe Rahul can step in and explain that. My understanding is that the way that radar technology works, I don't know, the cone of the radar that's going up, that we would actually not need it to be on the highest point in the city. It could be at a different location and would still provide that 4-mile radius that we need in order to operate the drones.
Can we get the CEO to respond to that?
Sure. You should be on.
Sidhu?
Yes.
You may begin. Go ahead, we can hear you.
Hi, I'm not sure if my video is coming through, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. So let me clarify, there's 2 components to the system. One of them is the radar to be able to detect the airspace, and the other one is the...
Sounds like we lost him.
You guys hear me?
You cut out.
You cut out, please continue.
Uh-oh. Can you guys hear me?
No.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. No, there's two parts to the system. One of them is the radar itself that can detect the airspace, and the other one is the drone and where the drone launches from. The drone currently is being launched from Beach Cities because it's a radio-based drone and it needs to be at the highest detection, highest elevation ideally, so that the between the radio and the drone, there's no interruption. But that with the new drones that we have coming out, and other providers will have similar drones potentially in the future, but they don't now. There's LTE capability, which means that you don't have to have the radio. So the drones themselves can stop being launched from Beach Cities eventually and be launched from the Redondo Beach Police Station. The radar itself, however, can be separated from the drone and can be placed in different parts of the city. They can be placed on the fire station, for example, on the north side on a pole, so it can clear those taller buildings on the north side. I will say if it's placed in the police department, you are correct that there will be potentially areas where it might not detect perfectly as it goes up the hill. But the cone itself on the radar allows for a pretty, like if you're flying 400 feet above the ground, even in the north side of the city, you'll still be able to detect generally the airspace in which the drone is operating to be able to mitigate threats. Although I would say, it would potentially be better placed on a fire station up on the north side. It can work in both locations.
My understanding is where we're located, drones can only go up 400 feet without approval from the tower because of the flight path from the Torrance Airport. Isn't that true?
That is correct. Yeah, 400 feet AGL above ground level, which means that as the drone goes up the hill, it is getting higher as it pertains to mean sea level altitude.
And this drone always operates at the highest it can?
There's a safety minimum floor in where it is able to operate. I don't remember at the top of my head. I believe it's 220 feet in the city of Redondo Beach. And it is correct, there's a maximum ceiling of 400 feet that the pilot is not able to deviate from.
Okay, and is your radar a rotating dish or what's the radar system you have?
No, it is not a rotating dish. It is a static unit. It's a 3D radar that's built in Alabama, so it's American made. It sits on a pole, so it does not have to rotate. It just has 4 panels that point in 4 directions to give you 360 3D radar capabilities.
And what's the power?
It can plug into a standard outlet. It doesn't need a special 220 or anything like that.
No, I'm talking about the transmission power. I'm concerned, even the radar on my boat can interfere with communications if it's too close.
Yeah, of course, there's FCC approvals that have gone into deploying the radar itself. It can detect 4 nautical miles in any direction manned aircraft, a little bit beyond 4 nautical miles in any direction manned aircraft, but it's not, you can stand, near the thing and jump on a radio or jump on your cell phone. You'll have no effect on, that type of capability.
And is there a minimum distance for humans?
Well, the radar's elevated, so you wouldn't be able to, it's the radar's, essentially pointing upward. So if you're anywhere near the radar currently standing, there's no impact on human beings. If the radar was on the ground and not elevated, then I would say, yes, ideally you'd want to, stand a little bit further away, 7 to 10 feet, I would say, in terms of the power on the radar, but it's not in any position currently where it is any threat to any human.
Mr. Mayor, might we take up a dissection of the drone, like offline, because there's a room full of people here, I think, for the.
We're approving something here, and I want to understand the technology so that we're not endangering people. I want to understand if it goes behind a building, do we lose it? So I'm a little concerned when you said anybody can, that's all I had for the CEO. I'm a little concerned when you said the video is available to anybody.
No, the video is not available.
I thought you just said we could log into a public site.
Correct, but it only shows the flight tracking. So it'll show a line of where the drone flew, but no video.
And do you record the video?
Only if we have to actively record it. So if there's a crime or something like that, we can record it, but it doesn't record automatically.
Okay.
And then we would book it as evidence and it would follow our evidence protocol.
And how does what's seen in the feed get to the responding officer, police, or fire?
Well, they would have to have access to the app that we would use, and not everybody has that. So right now it goes into our communication center, and then the officer down there relays the information that they're seeing to the officers in the field. But I have the app, I can get it from my phone, so a lot of times if I'm at home and a call comes out and I know the drone's up, I'm able to pull up the feed and see what's going on. Supervisors have it, watch commanders, and we'd be able to give it to fire captains or personnel that the fire chief decides could benefit from it.
Okay. I think that's all my technical questions.
Motion to approve an agreement with.
I'm not done.
Oh, I thought you were done.
I'll relinquish the floor when I'm ready.
All right.
I'm concerned as well, Mike, that somehow, I don't understand what the threshold is for something going from consent calendar to an item on the agenda, but this is a complex and expensive system. I would think this is one that should have been on the regular agenda.
You mean
for
on the
us to-
discussion calendar?
Yeah, discussion and some slides about what the system actually is. And this is a pretty complex topic, and all we got was words on it, and asked to spend a lot of money on a consent calendar item.
Yeah, I mean, we spend a lot of money on consent calendar, I will say. The question's fair. This is an evolution of a program we've talked about over the last couple of budget cycles with budget response reports and had dialogue on it. This is a change in contract, which is why you got the information you did in the staff report. And if this were to have been more than a 5 or 4 month program, I think we probably would have made it a more substantive discussion item. As it is, I look at this as really becoming part of our budget conversation in May, when we'll grapple with the longevity and how we want to implement this long term. So to me, I think that's where we have the more substantive policy discussion. This is formalizing an agreement that's been in a pilot format for the last couple of months, and then deciding, once we have that data set, how we want to proceed going forward.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Can anyone from the public like to speak to this? Just come forward.
Hello, this is Andy Porchop, and I just first let you know that the City of Torrance already flying drones, using drones, and the City Council is very happy with them. And in my personal opinion, I would love one 24/7 above my house. You know, all the people, they're throwing shit at my house, I'm sorry the language. And like yesterday, you know, I had an incident and I wish I was watched by a drone, you know, because I'm a law-abiding citizen, and drones are very good. My only concern is that, to my knowledge, a person has to be able visually see this object, I mean the drone. So I don't know how they're gonna do it, you know, so you have to see the drone, whoever operates it. So I don't know how far you see, but I don't see more than a couple of miles, you know, after it's, you know, a bird, you know, or whatever, I don't know. So, but there is some people with eagle eyes, you know. So, and other thing is, I feel sorry for the poor dude who has to sit on the top of the roof or something, you know, because that's like worse than prison, you know. I used to do roofs, you know, and it's quite hot up there, you know. I don't want to see what was sweating, you know, but basically everything is sweating up there. So that's not inhumane. I mean, that's inhumane to be up there. Anyway, the City of Torrance has it, but also, I'm a cheapskate, and I'm here to help you. All the news helicopters, you know? So, like, we had a fire in Torrance, the news helicopters were on it, you know, they have cameras. Boy, if I would have a camera, then the newscasters, you know, I would buy a helicopter, because that's just fun, you know? So, like, the newscaster saw the fire in Torrance, downtown Torrance, you know, big fumes and this and that, and they were coming, you know, 60 miles an hour or whatever. And Torrance firefighters, they were still watching TV in the fire station, you know. So the best thing is, you know, save money and watch the videos on YouTube. You know, I got alerts, you know, and as soon as the airplane or the helicopter goes there, I can see it. And they have good cameras. And the other thing is, I don't know if, I think the people cannot listen to the police scanners and radios. So if people can hear it, people can go there and help. People can help. We have tens of thousands of people in the city who would help, but they cannot hear it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public wish to speak to this item? Anybody online?
I do not have anyone on Zoom and no e-comments related to this item, sir.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve item H17 and to give staff direction to, when this comes back for further approval of budget response report, to include other companies and a search and bids for this particular item, services, and include a technical analysis of what the range and potential harm could be to people and the environment. Because we are using radars, and these radars are going to be very powerful, going 3 to 4 nautical miles. And I think it's a good question as to where these things could be potentially be placed. All right, that's it.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
What about a license with BCHD?
Oh, and approve the license for BCHD. Thank you very much. Yep, as well. Thank you.
You still second it?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion on the motion?
Is it clear to chief or city manager what's wanted as far as something from other companies?
Yeah, we'll provide some comparative data. We'll provide the technical specifications and address the questions that the mayor posed as it pertains to the radar impact. And we'll have that as part of the conversation with the budget in May.
Did I hear you want an RFP to go out?
No, I want them to get quotes from other businesses, other companies that do this. And it's not a real RFP.
Yeah,
but
we'll get
it's-
comparative information, comparative
Okay.
pricing,
It's not a-
comparative
okay.
services.
Yeah, not
I'm
a
just
full proposal.
clarifying.
Yeah.
Okay,
Could we also include in the report what the existing cost of our current drone program is?
Yeah.
Because we didn't have that in this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's obviously not an additional $300.
It's replacing the
Whatever,
current.
whatever the delta is. Thanks.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Okay. We're going now to public participation on non-agenda items. This is a time for the public to come down and speak on any items that are not on the agenda. We will allocate 30 minutes for this in total, and each speaker has 3 minutes. You can only speak once during this time. Okay, I have some cards here. I will call the first two, and then we'll keep going like that. The first is Douglas Seeker, and the second is Elaine Seeker.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I am here this evening to ask the Council to delay any decision concerning the amending of the present ordinance banning the use of all motorized leaf blowers. Here's why. The advantages of having the present ban stay in place is the significant lessening of aggravating noise and propelled ground pollution into the air we all breathe. These two factors alone have greatly enhanced everyone's quality of life, both physically and psychologically. The disadvantages of amending the ban to allow battery-powered leaf blowers will be an undeniable increase in the level of disturbing and destructive noise, combined with heightened levels of toxic pollutants blown into the air. The so-called advantages of allowing the use of battery-powered leaf blowers can not only be a clean-looking yard, nor one of convenience, nor one of economics. These so-called advantages will never outweigh the benefits of having a healthy, less polluted environment of which we must all live in together. According to police statistics from January 2023 to 2024, there were 513 calls for service concerning leaf blower violations. In years prior to this compilation, I believe we could safely assume there were a couple of thousand of calls between the years 2018 and 2022 concerning leaf blower violations. These numbers alone truly reflect the widespread community support for the leaf blower ban. Obviously, residents very much value quietness and less polluted air over the low value of what leaf blowers in reality provide. In addition, the many compelling testimonies and Zoom calls presented to the council on February 20, 2024, emphasized undeniable facts concerning the deleterious health hazards and environmental disruptions emanating from the use of all leaf blowers. I offer to the council an alternative to the proposed use of battery-powered leaf blowers. This alternative is the use of battery-powered leaf vacuums. The many models available can fulfill a wide variety of tasks, ranging from residential use to models capable of handling the needs of our Public Works Department. It is not often an easy or desirable task to bring together people with wide-ranging viewpoints. However, there is no denying that the use of any type of leaf blower creates an excessive amount of pollution, which adversely affects the health and well-being of all living things. Let's ponder this. The coarse workings of politics is best polished smooth by the fine art of compromise. The alternative of the use of battery-powered leaf vacuums is a compromise that could satisfy everyone without having to make any amendments to the current leaf blower ban. I'd like to submit this to the record.
Motion receive and file. Second. Excuse me.
Thank you.
All for it?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. Elaine Seeker and then Holly Osborne.
Elaine Seeker, District 5. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I respectfully request this council give serious consideration to not amending the current ordinance banning the use of all motorized leaf blowers. Rather, I ask the council to strongly encourage the use of battery-powered leaf vacuums in lieu of battery-powered leaf blowers to meet the needs of residents, contractors, gardeners, and city workers, thus providing a reasonable and equitable solution to maintaining yards, parks, and all kinds of landscape and hardscape areas. City workers would substantially benefit from using battery-powered leaf vacuums because the manner in how they perform their work duties would be done more safely, quickly, and efficiently, eliminating the need to hire more workers, thus saving the city money as well. Battery-powered leaf vacuums are closely comparable in cost to that of purchasing and maintaining battery-powered leaf blowers, and they do not worsen air quality. Residents and gardeners presently have the efficient and effective option of using battery-powered leaf vacuums as well as rakes and brooms. Residents who are vastly impacted by toxic air pollution, aggravated by the use of battery-powered leaf blowers, will have no choice but to stay inside, close their windows and doors, or leave their residence due to this offense being forced upon them. On my street alone, there are approximately 15 gardening crews that come within the 6-day work week. Having to endure a resurgence of the use of all these leaf blowers would be overwhelmingly disruptive and upsetting, to say the least. Some irresponsible use of leaf blowers includes the propelling of debris out into the yard and or being left in the gutter where it can then be blown by the wind further down the street, ending up in the sewer system. Debris and particulate matter are blown into other people's yards, driveways, and through open door and window screens, which is highly unfair and environmentally unsound. The use of a battery-powered leaf vacuum would eliminate all of this. Using battery-powered leaf vacuums additionally eliminates the need to blow leaves into piles and then having to physically rake or sweep up collected debris. These machines are also a real convenience for the physically challenged as well. If gardeners and residents were to use battery-powered leaf vacuums in lieu of leaf blowers, there would also be a substantial and expected reduction of calls to law enforcement, with an easing in neighbor against neighbor frustration and resentment. Children walking to school or playing outside, pets, bicyclists, runners, pedestrians, people enjoying their back or front yard patios, the homebound, people who work from home, residents with respiratory illnesses or compromised immune systems, and residents that leave their windows open for fresh air would not be subjected to propelled pernicious toxins and hazardous particulate matter if gardeners and residents were to use battery-powered leaf vacuums in lieu of leaf blowers. Since battery-powered leaf vacuums are already legal to use in the city of Redondo Beach, with dozens of models readily available at the local Home Depot, there's absolutely no need to amend the leaf blower ban as it currently stands. In my opinion, there are no justifiable reasons as to why battery-powered leaf vacuums cannot be the healthy middle ground alternative instead of using battery-powered leaf blowers. Thank you. May I submit this for the
Motion
record,
receive and
please?
file.
Thank you.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
And I have an attachment of a battery-powered leaf on my back here, on the back.
See Holly Osborne, and then, I can't quite read this, Zoila Norwood.
Good evening. This is Holly Osborne, District 5, and I'm going to give you the same speech I gave at Lawndale last night. And this is a continuation of what I talked about 2 weeks ago about the green line and the narrow width of the row. Since this is Redondo, maybe they don't know what the row looks like up in Lawndale, but it starts out at 100 feet wide and it narrows down to 75 feet before it gets to Artesia and then crosses into Redondo. Okay, so recall, the width was 75 feet in the 2018 documentation, but it mistakenly grew to 81 feet when Metro printed their town hall charts in August 2022. The row, even at that width, was just barely wide enough for the at-grade option. And Metro did have charts for both the at-grade and trench options at this width in their presentations. Metro was reminded that the width was 75 feet. So they changed the at-grade chart and put it in the January 2023 DER package, which we all reviewed. But there was no corresponding chart for the trench. And that's because the chart would have shown the trench was not a viable option. If Metro doesn't put it in the document, we can't criticize it. That's convenient. Then along came Holly Mitchell and her fact-finding walk this past December. With Metro people standing at 170th Street in front of easels, the trench chart suddenly appeared at the 75-foot width, and it shows clearly things will not fit. There's only a 4-foot maintenance area here, that's where the pipes are, where you need about 10 to 14 feet. So the row is not wide enough. And that's point one. Now here's point two. The hybrid row is the at-grade option with trenches under 170th in Lawndale and 182nd in Redondo. So when for the LRT. But if the trench option doesn't work, the hybrid row doesn't work either because it's a trench under 170th. So Metro has said that they do not anticipate condemning properties. These pictures seem to contradict their words. And here's the third point. There is an appendix document with detailed drawings for the at-grade option between 170th and Artesia for the at-grade, but not for the trench option. So it is apparent that when Metro put out the DEIR, they had no idea how the trench option would work. Further, the road takes a sudden jagged increase on their diagrams, and lo and behold, it's increased to 80 to 81 feet. Which makes no sense. There is so much illogical work in the appendix on this part of the diagram, it can't be believed. Hey, I'm 17 seconds early. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Zoila Norwood and then James Mueller. Did I get your name right?
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I came here because I am follow-up, sir, and I brought here the letters from my parents that they are presenting their worry about the homeless in the pier. As I was today walking, one of my parents pointed me that there were outside homeless shacking there, and now they are pulling electricity from the business. And they put the cord and they are just, putting their warm up outside the school. So it is very embarrassing. I am a business owner paying my dues every month. And I have here outside the school, they are, checking there outside. And obviously, I sent a message to the management and I apologize. I didn't approach it. These are parents, young parents coming with an infant and pulling a second one and facing in front of homeless outside the school, where they pay big money because we are trying to give quality of study for their children. And then we have this view outside of our doors, steps. So I don't know what else we can do. I hope so you have the time to read the letters from the parents that they are expressing the disappointment and the worry that how this is happening in the pier.
What, is this at Pure Plaza?
Yes, sir.
Motion to receive and file.
May I ask a clarifying question, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
What, do you notify the police when you see them there?
Well, today I was just coming here. I have notified management when this happened, or I send the pictures to management when they are graffiti in the windows.
We have a quality of life department within our police department. There's an email, qualityoflife@redondo.org, that you can send a message to, and it goes to all, the entire department, and they're very responsive.
Okay.
I'm happy to give that information to you.
Oh, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Okay. And just for clarification, who made the second on that, on the receive and file motion?
I made the motion. Who did the second?
I don't think we got one.
Anybody?
I'll second it.
Soon file, yeah.
Anyone
I thought I
opposed?
did, actually.
Okay, thank you.
I did.
Anyone opposed?
And also, Mayor, just so you know, that what we do is, since there's only one, we're receiving one, we will scan it, and you'll receive it in the morning, all of you.
Thank you.
No, thank you. We're on it.
You've been very helpful.
Yeah, no problem. We're on it. Thank you.
Okay, next is James Mueller, and then Mahabulos.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council. The last time I was here, I asked you to help get the pavement on Matthews Avenue patched up. And that happened, so thank you. So I'm hoping you can help our neighborhood with another problem. Properties that have been vacant for numbers of years, multiple years, decades. I've discussed these properties with the city planning department, the code enforcement department, and the city attorney. All have said they're helpless to take any action. So I'm hoping the council can do something towards putting these derelicts back into the inventory of safe, livable housing in Redondo Beach. The two properties closest to mine have been vacant for a decade or more, and no effort has been made to maintain them at the standard of the neighborhood. They both have multiple code violations that get patched over, but they remain vacant eyesores, attractive to vermin, squatters, and with unmaintained utility connections that have not been inspected. Being in the midst of occupied residents and businesses, they pose a significant danger to the community. Now, private property is a sacred value in our community. However, the right to dispose of your property does not always override community values. We are subject to fire inspections, various sanitary and health ordinances, and other laws. We have codes. That's why there's a code enforcement organization in Redondo Beach. Our state and cities are critically short of affordable housing. You heard the housing authority here talk about 1,000 families waiting for housing, Section 8. And here we have these vacant, derelict housing all over. Now, there are 4 vacant properties within a 3-minute drive of my house. How many others might I find if I look further? And I will be looking. Other communities have taken action to address this problem because it's not just Redondo Beach. Why hasn't Redondo Beach taken any action on these houses? Why do I get resistance from the city attorney, from the your code enforcement people, and your planning commission? Nobody wants to address this problem. Now, I suggest that you drive past some of these properties. I'll tell you the addresses: 2002 Matthews Avenue, 2017 Ruland, and 2717 Nelson. Those are just the 3 that I can drive past in a few minutes from my house. So I'll give a copy of my presentation to the people, and thank you for listening to me.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Okay, Mahabulos. Baloo, I hope I'm getting that right, and then Nikki Negretti Mitchell. Did I say it right?
Hi, my name is Maha. I'm a resident of Redondo Beach.
Did I get your last name right?
You got it, yeah.
Okay.
Lewis is the right name, is the last name. Yeah, but you got my first name. I am a mother, I'm a wife, I'm a dentist, and I'm a Palestinian American. I stand before you with a heavy heart and a pressing plea for action. The tale of 6-year-old Hind Rajab, whose desperate cries pierce the war in Gaza, resonates deeply within me and other residents within your districts. On January 29th, Hind's trembling voice echoed through the receiver as she desperately called the operator of the medical team surrounded by Israeli tanks. I'm so scared. Please come. Please call someone to come and get me. I'm scared of the dark. Please take me. Tragically, those were her final words, uttered in the midst of unimaginable terror as she found herself among her family members who had been killed by the tanks. This is just one story of the human suffering endured by my people. 30,000 lives lost so far, including 13,000 precious children, within a mere 5 months. These were not just numbers, they were children who enjoyed dancing, reading, watching TV, children much like our own in Redondo Beach. Redondo Beach has a population of 16,000 children. Imagine losing 13,000 of them, an unthinkable void that stretches far beyond comprehension. But here's the bitter truth. Our own hands are not clean. Our tax dollars, your tax dollars, directly contribute to the arsenal of destruction raining upon Gaza. Redondo Beach taxpayers like myself and you all have funneled $1.025 million last year into funding Israel's weaponry, tanks and bullets that claim the lives of innocents like Hind and countless others. This is a local matter. Imagine what our community could do with that money. Wouldn't we rather fund schools, parks, the police, affordable housing like we guys were talking about, or bombs, bullets, and tanks that kill innocent children? This council has the power to make a difference. That is why I am here. Redondo Beach cannot turn a blind eye to the role our tax dollars play in perpetuating the cycle of violence in Gaza. I implore the council to act. Now is the time for compassion, for courage, for leadership. We need politicians who are unafraid to ask the tough questions, who will listen with open hearts and take a stand against the senseless violence. In the coming weeks, I will be calling on a diverse coalition of concerned citizens to bring you their concerns and implore you to act on a resolution to address those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Nikki?
That was heavy. Nikki Negretti Mitchell, Redondo Beach. Oh, you know that, District 3. So, I don't know. After hearing that, I don't know. So we have a new saying in Redondo Beach, what would Bill do? Because who better to envision what their community and city needs, plus how to go about it, than the very people who can put together a plan mindfully and thoughtfully based on love for their home and the environment. Those who can distinguish what matters versus slapping down a plan without knowing any better what will work and what won't just to get a job done. The plan has to work. As Bill Brand has proven, no vision or dream is too big. 3 cities along the Hawthorne Boulevard corridor, cities of Hawthorne, Lawndale, and Redondo Beach are united. With COG as neutral and Torrance as divided, Hawthorne Boulevard elevated has emerged as the locally preferred alternative. With Redondo's vision for the Sea Line elevated on Hawthorne Boulevard, we can repurpose the right-of-way to add passive, low-impact transportation options in the form of bike and walkways. Then the housing element looks more reasonable. The multimodal dream of the future is within reach. So I've been told that the Redondo Beach Chamber of Commerce also has chosen to remain neutral on alignment, despite Hawthorne Boulevard elevated being the no-brainer for commerce revitalization. When asked why, I'm told it's because they don't want to choose the option that could thwart having the project come to fruition. This is ridiculous. Somebody must be feeding them ignorant propaganda. If you ask Metro Board personnel or anyone from Metro staff if a Hawthorne Boulevard decision can kill the project, they're flabbergasted, and the answer is absolutely not. It would be nice for the city to be more cohesive. I don't know how to get in touch with the chamber, but I think they need to hear some facts. Anyway, after hearing that about Palestine, it's kind of hard for me to feel. Anyway, but yes, thank you. So on with local business. The Chamber of Commerce, I think, needs to hear from us. And also, I don't know if there's anybody else within the city that can't get their head around the facts of what this project is really about. And so anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Anyone else from the public in the room like to speak on non-agenda items, so things that aren't going to be talked about later in the agenda? Okay, anyone online? Oh.
Hi, this is Andy Porchop. Any problem?
Go ahead.
And I'm from Torrance, and I just here to let you know the city was thanking you how you let people talk here 3 minutes, but they still let me talk 1 minute. So anyway, the other thing I want to talk to you about is I got a sad news in the mail. I received my electric bill. And, you know, as an old person, I don't have new prospects to make money, but Edison says they're going to have a forum on March 2024, and they're going to decide to raise the electricity bill rates 22.6%. And that's for the next 3 years. And after that, only 6% because they're nice. So as you guys, the good environmentalists, you know, shut down the power plant, you know, so I think when it's more demand and less whatever, the prices go up. Prices go up. So you could do the residents a big favor and attend this meeting and stop this 22% rate hike, because you could stop the power plant. You guys shut it down. Anyway, so that's pretty bad news, I think. And this is just the beginning. We have to pay the citizens higher rates because that's coming, you know, that's just a BS, like, okay, come to the forum, you know. But the water bills are going up also. I got a notice on the water bills, and probably Redondo Beach residents gonna have it. And other things I'm worried about, you know, because my wife is, you know, in a bed 24/7, you know, the air conditioning goes out, you know, the big accomplishment with shutting down power stations and not building new ones, the scarcity of electricity, the rolling blackouts, and just no electricity. Talk about crimes or how the police gonna charge their drones, because, you know, everything needs electricity. Then all the new constructions gonna have to have electric stoves, you know, not gas, because that was too dirty. So you could do your residents a favor and go to this meeting and say no to the 22.6% increase. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone online?
Yes, Mayor, we have a couple of hands up. The first speaker, Kyle Johnson. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent. Yeah, so my name is Kyle Johnson. I'm a resident of District 1, and I'm here to talk tonight about the Sea Line extension and specifically supporting the row option, speaking in favor of that. And I'm speaking in favor of that for 5 reasons. First one being equity and mobility, second one being seamlessness, third one being cost effectiveness, fourth one being safety, and fifth one being streamlined construction. So on the first point of equity and mobility, this extension will connect people to jobs and homes, including disadvantaged communities in the South Bay. Right now, 2 of Metro's bus lines that serve the South Bay, the 125 from Norwalk through Gardena, and the 211/215 from Inglewood through Lenox, Hawthorne, and Lawndale, both terminate at the Redondo Beach City Transit Center. And they have the highest levels of cash-paying riders in the entire Metro system. Rural alignment will also add new neighborhoods to this transit network by giving people walking and biking paths for safe mobility for residents on sections where there are no current sidewalks. So from an equity standpoint, we think that this is an important option, connecting the existing transit center that we spent a lot of money on to transit. Second point is on seamless transit. The rail alignment provides direct bus, bike, and parking connections at the Redondo Beach Transit Center, making it easy to choose transit. It's a much quieter and pleasant transit station than anything along Hawthorne Boulevard, which is a loud highway and would force riders to cross 4 lanes of traffic to reach an elevated median station. I don't know if you all have ever transferred from the J line to the C line over the 105, but it is a deeply unpleasant experience to stand next to a freeway while you're waiting for your train to come. You basically have to wear noise-canceling headphones at risk of going deaf in the long term. It's also smelly with air pollution. People throw trash out of their cars onto the transit center. It's just not very pleasant. And by contrast, the Redondo Beach Transit Center is very pleasant. I've been there a few times, and it's a great addition to our community, and I think it would be served even better with a train going to it. The third reason is on cost effectiveness. The Metro Rail Elevated / at-grade is the most cost effective and responsive to taxpayer dollars because Metro already owns the right of way and will not need to acquire homes. The Hawthorne Boulevard option is $1 billion more expensive, it's severely underfunded, and will require significant property acquisitions and further delays with Caltrans and NEPA process reviews, with the possibility that it gets canceled.
Sir, you're over 3 minutes.
Oh, my apologies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're over 30
sorry.
minutes, so I'm going to cut this off for tonight. Okay, so moving on to, N1, discussion and possible action on improvements at Aviation Park and potential for additional recreational amenities.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cameron Harding, Community Services Director. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cameron Harding, Community Services Director here. As you mentioned, we'll be going over Aviation Park and improvements that we've already made and potential improvements that you can consider in the future. So this is one of your strategic plan items. The objective specifically reads that you will work with potential regional partners to identify options for the city council to consider installing additional recreation amenities at Aviation or other sites, including pickleball and a new aquatics facility. So a couple of projects that we've already completed is the exterior painting of Aviation Gymnasium. That project also included the refinish of support beams, the refurbishment of metal piping, the repair of stucco and masonry, and as well as abatement. We were also, our great public works team was also able to replace some concrete and patio sidewalk areas that were cracking due to root displacement. We were also able to resurface the playground surfacing out there, which had been badly cracked and had several holes. And we were able to completely resurface that area. And then you may also recall that we were able to work with our longtime partner, South Bay Sports, to completely replace the synthetic turf field at Aviation Field. And that has been very well received by the public and in particular our adult soccer groups. Another area you asked us to look into a few years back was the potential feasibility of an aquatic center at the southeast corner of the Aviation Gymnasium. We brought you a BRR back in 21-22. You may recall that the location was the site of the former Aviation High School pool, and conditions of that previous pool are unknown. So if we were to move forward with that, we would have to complete some soil testing and an inspection to confirm how to properly move forward. We reached out to some neighboring cities, Torrance. We reached out to some consultants to get some cost estimates on what it might cost to construct a facility of this magnitude. Again, it was based on a 50-meter pool. Please keep in mind these cost estimates were done back in 21, 22, so they probably have escalated from then. But at that time, the cost to construct was about $13.3 million, and the annual operating cost was just roughly about $1.3 million per year. You also asked us to conduct a pickleball feasibility study a few years back, and a brief timeline on it was that was completed in November of 2021. The Recreation and Park Commission considered that feasibility study in January of 2022, and you received it in May of 2022. That feasibility study looked at a number of different locations, which I'll get into in a little bit here later on in the presentation. One was Alta Vista, another one was Aviation. Ultimately, the council directed us to install dual use courts at Perry Park, Franklin Park, and Anderson Park. So here's a brief, a couple of pictures of the courts that we installed at Perry, Franklin, and Anderson. They were installed just this past summer in July and August. To my knowledge, they've been well received. We haven't received a lot of complaints. We've worked very closely with the pickleball community to kind of establish priority hours for basketball and pickleball usage. I haven't received a whole lot of our complaints. Again, I give a lot of credit to our staff for working very closely with the pickleball community to figure out which times that they want to use and which times that the basketball players want to use. But for all intents and purposes, since we've installed these courts, I think it's been pretty well received. So here's a couple of the locations that were previously considered by the city council as part of the past feasibility study. The first one you see there at the quote unquote Aviation Park open field area, that's the same location that you considered for a potential aquatic center. We had a consultant do a study on this. The consultant figured that we could fit about 6 pickleball courts in that open field area at a cost of about $1.3 million. We also considered the parking lot just north of Aviation Field. However, when we reached out to Northrop Grumman, it turned out that that parking lot is privately owned. We, through a lot of outreach, we were able to locate the owner of that property. And unfortunately, when we did contact that owner, the owner was not open to selling the property to the city, nor repurposing the site for pickleball. So we kind of ran into a dead end there on that location. Another site that we've recently considered is, if you look at the slide here, the grass area just to the west of Aviation Field. We had a consultant take a look at this area as well. The consultant figured we could fit about 9 pickleball courts in that area. The cost would be about $66,000 per court and up to about $600,000 for 9 courts. But please keep in mind that this cost estimate does not include site work such as grading, pathway installation to and from the courts. We'd have to relocate the fence, and there's several trees in that area, if you're not familiar with the site, that we'd either have to relocate or remove. We also looked at a singular court. You see it on the slide there. It's highlighted in yellow. To the south, that would be the southwest corner of Aviation Field there. It would be, quite frankly, probably the easiest court to install based on the ADA, minimal site prep, relocation of trees, and we would not really have to relocate any fencing. However, in our conversations with the pickleball community, I know several of them are here tonight, and they'll probably speak to it. They've indicated that they're not all that interested in a singular court. They would much rather prefer multiple courts in order to do things like team play, leagues, tournaments, things like that. We've also looked at installing one pickleball court over at Dale Page Park to the north end of the city. This area has already been utilized by pickleball players in the past. If you recall, there used to be 2 basketball courts at this site. Now there's currently 1. So what we looked at is installing a pickleball court on the basketball court where the hoops have been removed. We do think there's enough space to install a court there. Public Works does have it in their work plan to do some concrete work in the next few weeks. And Councilman Barrett has expressed interest in using some of his discretionary funds to cover the cost of striping for this court. Just last week, we held a meeting with the Recreation and Parks Commission specific to pickleball. We had a lot of public comment on this topic, and the commission does support the development of dedicated pickleball courts. And they've made a few recommendations that you can see there on your screen. The one is a recommendation to restripe 2 tennis courts at Alta Vista for shared use between pickleball and tennis play. I do want to remind the council that was considered as part of the initial feasibility study a few years ago. At that point, the council was pretty leery that there's only 10 public tennis courts in the entire city of Redondo Beach. The 8 that we have at Alta Vista are heavily used, and the 2 that we have at Anderson are also heavily used. I would caution or educate the council that we do have a lot of support for pickleball. We also have a lot of support for tennis, and so that's a fine line that you're going to have to walk there in making that decision if you consider Alta Vista. The commission also recommended that the city study the possible installation of a fence between the basketball courts and skateboard elements at Perry Park. The pickleball courts at Perry Park are quite popular. I would imagine to guess that the reason being for that is probably balls are running over into the skateboard area. So maybe to put a little distance in between that. And then the final recommendation they made is to allocate Aviation Park for future dedicated pickleball courts. And the commission really wanted to focus on that open field space to the southeast of Aviation Gym, which would also be the same site as the proposed aquatic center. So tonight, I know we've given you a lot of information. We're really looking for the city council to provide us direction on any desired improvements at Aviation Park and or any future pickleball court installation throughout the city. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
And just a couple of procedural questions too, if I may, Mayor. next steps here need to be to ultimately give direction on a future capital project. We don't have funds dedicated for any of these installations currently, with the exception of perhaps changes up at Dale Page Park that were noted, and the use of Councilman Barron's, some of his discretionary funds. We do believe we can implement that project fairly quickly. We have a little bit of residual money as part of the Aviation Park Improvements project account, but not significant resources there. So what you're really doing tonight is giving direction on what type of capital project you'd like to see in the future as it pertains to pickleball activity and or any other recreational amenities at Aviation Park that you'd like to see us master plan for that site. So no final actions tonight. All of these, any direction will have to come back through subsequent budget action. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. City Manager. Thank you, Cameron. I know you've done a lot of work on this, both of you, and I thought the presentation was thorough and really laid out the history. My view is we're kind of at a crossroads here, okay? Seem to have two broad options with respect to policy and policy direction. Option one is continue doing what we've been doing. Put a pickleball court, dual use at Anderson, 5 at Perry Park, a couple at Franklin. We're funding 1 at Dale Page, and just sort of one-off non-dedicated recreational pickleball courts. It's policy option one. Policy option two is, do we do a comprehensive dedicated pickleball court area? And if we are going to do that with multiple pickleball courts, 4, 5, 6, 7 or more, where do we do it? If we're going to do it at Aviation Park, where at Aviation Park are we going to put it? And it comes down to what is the least disruptive, most logical, cost-effective place to put it. And it's not the west side of the track, where it was pointed out we have multiple trees and grass and fence and on and on. If we're going to do a comprehensive pickleball dedicated facility, the logical place is the open field next to the gym. And I've been, as others have, deeply embedded in Redondo Beach recreation and athletics for the past 20-something years, including Redondo Beach Youth Basketball, which we know uses that gymnasium right next to the open space, AYSO, Redondo Beach Little League, spent many years at the South Bay Aquatic Center, and I spent a lot of time at the Aviation Park facility itself, not just recreating, but talking with people there and getting their input. And in all of those years and all of those encounters, I've never heard anybody say, we need to put a swimming pool in the open space. That's not to say it hasn't been said, but I haven't heard, and we may hear someone tonight say it. Or 15 million or whatever the number could be, and up and up. But what I have heard is, let's put pickleball there. Let's put it in the open space.
Okay, it's not I'd ask you not to applaud so we can get through this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's put it in the open space and do whatever sound mitigations we may need to do, but put it there. So if we are going to adopt that policy of moving towards a comprehensive dedicated pickleball facility, and we're going to do it at Aviation Park, I think it should be done in the open field area. And if we are going to do it, and that will be up to the council, I feel we should get moving on it to the extent we can within the budget confines present, give direction. If I have any discretionary funds left in the District 5 account, and this ultimately becomes the policy of council, I would like to dedicate those remaining funds to at least design work or whatever we can do now. So those are my initial thoughts. I'd really like to hear from the council, and I certainly want to hear from the public on this. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
So I fully agree with what Councilmember Barron just said, and I've talked to Councilmember Kalajarovich about it. What I will say is this, and he might not have the historical context, but we first started talking about this about 2 years ago. And I've polled my community members and they would love a pool in Redondo Beach, which we don't currently have a public pool. But there's desire and then there's reality. And the maintenance cost of a pool would be 1.3 million a year. That's exactly what it costs to build this whole thing approximately of a pickleball facility there. And we had council members who were really dedicated to a pool, and they said, let me go out, I'm working on getting the money. And we gave them time, we gave them 9 months originally, we came back a year later, still working on it. Gave them another, I think we're 2 years past that date, still no money for a $13 million pool facility. So I fully agree that it's time to go in a direction. But I would encourage y'all, like, great that you're here, but don't get too excited because we don't have the 1.3 million right now, and we don't know how much money is going to be there at the year end for that. And we've already been warned by the city manager that this is not going to be one of those years where we're going to have a lot of money to throw around our projects. But with that said, I do favor moving forward with that, using that park for a dedicated pickleball facility. And in our discussions with Councilmember Kalajirovich, we've also come up with some other changes we'd like to see. She can talk about the parquettes because we've had some nuisance complaints or noise complaints coming from the parquettes, pickleball at the parquettes. Those are really embedded in the residential community next to houses. And when 8 people get together there to play a pickleball tournament, it creates a lot of noise. I've also had a complaint come in from, as far as I've seen when I've gone to Perry Park, people seem to be getting along. This morning I was there. There's a fitness trainer celebrating that there weren't pickleball players on the basketball courts. I don't have a problem when I see the pickleball players there, but I guess they like to use the basketball courts for physical training in the morning. I did hear from a mom today who said that her sons had to drive all around the South Bay to find a basketball court last night because they couldn't find a basketball court that wasn't being occupied by pickleballers. So I would like to know, it seems to me when I go to Perry Park that everybody's working harmoniously and using the court. Sometimes it's basketball, sometimes it's pickleball. But do we have signs up yet delineating the times that are appropriate for the different sports?
Yeah, we do. We've, like I mentioned in their presentation, we've worked directly with the pickleball community and the basketball community to kind of try and designate times. It's not a perfect science, but Perry Park in particular is a very popular site. But, I haven't heard any complaints. It seems to be working pretty harmoniously. But certainly a dedicated pickleball facility would help alleviate that problem.
All right, and if we could show 2B or B2B. And by the way, Perry Park's utilization by skateboarders, basketballers, pickleballers is wonderful. I mean, that's leaving aside the softball players. There's so many uses there. There's so much utility out of this park. There's so few complaints coming out of the park that it's really awesome. But I did hear that folks were complaining that the skateboarders were damaging the basketball court or the pickleball courts. So I went out there this morning and took some pictures that you can see here on the screen. And there are scuff marks. But when you go down and I felt these on the floor, I can't rub off the scuff marks, but they feel exactly the same as everywhere else. So I don't see this as damage. The physical surface is staying the same. It does look different. This is the basketball court that's away from the skateboard park. It looks definitely different at the skateboard, next to the skateboard features. I don't favor putting a wall here or a gate here because one, I played basketball in the past. You hit a wall or a gate right at that boundary line, that's a problem. The ball needs to go out of bounds, and sometimes people save it before it goes out of bounds and throw it back into the court. In addition, it would be a problem. I've talked to Dave Bernier, who's here, for the skateboarders, because it would really limit their ability to use the space. In addition, I understand from Mr. Bernier, and I'm sure he'll testify to it, that people like training on this very smooth surface because it's been sport courted. They like teaching their kids how to skate here. They like practicing their tricks here because there aren't cracks and the like. So I know that we had discussed at some point putting a fence between the two basketball courts to help manage the balls, where the balls roll and the like. Is that something that, do we ever get a cost estimate on that? Do we have an idea what that is?
We haven't. I think the first thing we'd want to do is probably get some sort of risk assessment on that. There's usually, like you mentioned, balls running out, people running, in. I know there's certain probably the word's escaping me right now, but there's probably a certain kind of fallout zone that our insurance people would like to see and our risk management folks. So I would say that was the first step, but the short answer to your question is no, we haven't pursued any sort of cost estimate on that yet.
All right. And then one other concern that I've heard is that at Dale Page Park, there's that platform where Councilmember Barrett wants to put a pickleball court, but then the basketball court is also being used for pickleball. I get that y'all like to have two courts next to each other and people swapping partners and the like. I get that, play volleyball the same way. But if the basketball court's always consumed by the pickleballers, then the basketballers up in that District 5, North Redondo, don't have a place to play. So we just got to get better signage up there. But that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
I've probably spent more time than anybody up here combined on this, not only for the pool, but pickleball. I spent about 70 hours talking to school board members, financially modeling it, put pickleball courts over at RUHS. I don't know where you're getting the information, Mr. Obaji, about not having any money. I got a commitment from Michael Greenberg at Skechers to fund money for a pool. I'm not sure that you've spent enough time. Mr. Barrett, have you talked to Northrop Grumman about this?
Have I talked to Northrop Grumman about what specifically?
About the availability of the field.
Of our open field?
Yes.
I'm happy to, and I'm happy
Should
to
have.
have
It's your district.
Well,
I
I apologize for speaking while you wanted to interrupt.
No, that's okay. I have the floor.
If I could just.
I
Okay.
did speak yesterday with them, and they're very upset about it. There's a daycare center right next to it. He said, be careful, because people are going to get really upset there about it. I'm very much in favor of pickleball. I've been spending a lot of time doing this. I'm also very much in favor of the pool. I've made no secret of that. But the reality of it is 1.4 million, 1.33 million doesn't just appear. It's not realistic at this point. But what is realistic is putting a pickleball very soon next to the southwest corner of the track, and even putting a couple more where we can actually have enough money to do it, and then putting one at Dale Page. We'd have 4 or 5 within, I would hope, less than 6 to 8 months. I don't know how we're going to get the money to get 1.4 million, and then organized opposition from very adamant parents at that daycare center without this. I'm trying to get this done as fast as I can, but I also know the reality of public pressure and financial pressure, and also the fact that once it's in there, there is no chance for a pool and probably no chance for more pickleball courts because of the issue with the money. So I'm trying to find a way to get this done. I agree with you all. You've waited a long time. In terms of people not wanting a pool, I've been a public servant now. This is going on my 16th year. I can tell you there's a lot of people that are very interested in a pool, and there's a lot of people that are very interested in pickleball. And I'm trying to find a way to do both. But to just easily come up with something and that's not going to happen because of our cost pressures, I think is probably irresponsible in getting everybody's hopes up high. So I would love to find a way to put it on the west side of the track, and maybe not rip out all the trees, but some of them, and replant them, and do it so that it's financial, and get you guys pickleball courts and everybody else pickleball courts sooner than later. Because I don't see it with organized opposition and financial issues. So anyway, I assumed you guys, I don't know who you guys talked to on this. Who'd you brown act with?
Page.
Okay.
Councilmember Kaladrovich.
Okay, I thought I heard more than that. Anyway, I would love to find a way to make this happen for everybody here and other people. I have a lot of friends that play pickleball. My daughter's in the pickleball club at the high school. Believe it or not, there is one. I would also like to find a way to do it even faster by talking to the school district, because I'm on the subcommittee and we're talking about it tomorrow, and to restripe some of the courts there, because there's 12 courts that you guys have paid for with Measure C money, right?
Not that Measure C.
And it's an ideal place. They're already restriped. They're already temporarily putting up nets there. It's ideal. And yeah, it's loud. It's my district, but I'd love to find a way to do it and do it fast so we can actually get this going. But I think it's a pipe dream right now to put it at that open field for a lot of reasons. So I'm sorry to get people's hopes up, but I think we could find a way to do this faster than to find something that I don't know if it's going to happen for years, honestly, with the way our finances look. So anyway, that's it. That's what I had to say about it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So going over this over all these years, doing a lot of research like Councilmember Lowenstein has, talking to a lot of people, other cities, Hermosa, Manhattan, other cities, I kind of see this as a long-term problems and short-term solutions to get this up and running. I'm really stoked to see that we got all the courts painted this summer, ready to go. Thank you, Public Works, getting that going. We had over 130 different CIP projects, just so everyone understands, 130 plus CIP projects. And we moved this forward on the timetable. We've spent $65,000 on a contractor to come through and give us a report as to where we could put it. And the fastest way we could get it done was by doing exactly what we did. And I was very clear and very simple that I don't want these long-term nebulous solutions or ideas, which are going to take hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars in this case, 1.3 million. And we have to sit here and wait for years and years. Nobody gets anything. And I've gone around the city and I've got a lot of emails from public on both sides of the proverbial, I'll say fence, the net. And there's members of the public that see these pickleball courts go up in certain parks around the city and flat top areas. And then there's also some people that have gone around and talked about, if we're going to put these all over the place, maybe we have an ordinance on times. And, this kind of leads into the question of the pushback, is what Councilmember Lowenstein has said. Looking at other communities and other cities, we got to be careful just on not only just the pushback, but the impacts to the community, whether it's parking, whether it's noise, whether it's traffic. I think we've been on a good track to get these going. I get it. You want more, totally with you. You want more, you want to do it faster, but we just don't have all the money that we need to be able to push as fast as we need to go. I see the long-term issues with $1.3 million as a great, say, hey, we're going to do this, but we're credit card spending right now in our parks funds. And it took us, 6 years to get our first skateboard park in Redondo? 6 years? 8.5 years, but who's counting, right? I thought for sure the South Bay Gallery Social District would be the first one, but it's not. And so, there's not a lot of space, and that's the problem with density and one of the reasons why we could actually get some of this stuff is because we increased, when I got on the council, so it's really complicated piece of a fee called the Quimby fee, when any net new housing, $7,500 per net new using housing. We increased that to $25,000, which allowed us to start having options like this looking forward. So I think we should go down the policy one of what we've been doing and just continually find open space areas in the city, wherever it may be, that's being unused. Dale Page Park, I've been there. I saw some pickleball courts being there. Fully support that if the council member in that district and the residents in that area are okay with it. And finding other areas like that gives us the ability to move forward with something now versus saying, we're going to do this in 5 years from now. Because that's a very dangerous path to go down. And I really want to make sure that we do not set up a situation where we're setting neighbors against neighbors and pitting sport against sport. It is a very dangerous situation. We can all live in harmony and get this passed and get this done moving forward, and make sure the growing pains aren't massive. So that's kind of how I feel about it right now. If somebody were to jump and give me $1.3 million, I think we'd have a different conversation. But right now we don't have 1.3 million, and anyone can support something, but you got to find the money for it. So, and the ability to staff time to execute those projects. So one question for staff, how many projects do we have in the queue right now for CIP projects, roughly speaking?
Right now, we're probably about 115, 110.
115 staff or CIP projects. Okay, so.
They're already in process.
That are in process. You just went through your prioritization discussion here not too long ago, and you saw, we got 6 more that we're actively working on, plus the 20 to 25 that were in pretty advanced stages of design. So, it's a very long list.
Yeah, a lot of infrastructure, and, we approved roof structures at Alta Vista, Wilderness Park in Alta Vista, right? And I had my community meeting at the senior center in Veterans Park, and I walked up and I saw a big old blue tarp on top of the roof. And my heart just sank. And I was like, this is just more infrastructure, more costs, more time. And, I'll just end with saying that infrastructure can't think about one use in the parks and multiple uses. I am very proud to get the money for Sunset Little League and the baseball courts and diamonds that are there. And we're just finished up the fencing project. That took us years to get the money. It was only 50 grand. It got a bunch of small things. I mean, the kids were literally sitting on benches that were literally rusted and falling apart and become massive health hazards. I mean, we completely redid all that. And I went by there and I looked at it and says, why are we not fixing this last year? And they said, well, they kept excuses. I'm like, no, we're going to find money and make this happen, not find excuses. And that was literally for the kids up there and at the park. And we hadn't have found the money in years. And it's something that was badly needed. So our parks need a lot of love. Franklin Park's getting love. And we're doing, it's my opinion, we're doing as much as we can. I'd love to do more. Always open to more options and ideas. But actually, one last thing I'll say is this. I brought up the idea to South Bay Galleria, South Bay Social District, to rent out one of their areas to do indoor pickleball. They were intrigued with the idea. And, we got BCHD, we got the schools, there's other areas, other agencies we can go to move this forward. It's not just us in Redondo, the city of Redondo. So that's where I stand with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalajurovic.
Yes, thank you. So Franklin Park, we do have two striped dual use with the basketball court that's there. It's been going well, and I really don't get complaints from neighbors. So thank you for being, cooperative with the students and the kids that are playing there. But also there's another pad that is there, the volleyball. I actually haven't seen anyone use it for volleyball yet, but it's there. And you do use it for pickleball, and that is one of the places that we want to add one more spot to stripe it so that you guys, have that as another place. You'd still have to bring your nets, but it's another place for you to be. And I realize that these are they're not dedicated spaces. This is a temporary fix. So I appreciate Councilmember Barrett taking the lead on Dale Page Park and putting one there. I think that's a great step as well. We are meeting with the school district to discuss other spaces where we can do this. I realize that the upper courts are open for tennis. I spoke with someone, they said that pickleball is allowed, but I'd still like to confirm that. So that's something. There are other spaces within the school district that could be a possibility. And this is a partnership. So there's an opportunity with the school district, but I don't want to just pass the buck on this. I don't want to say, you know what, you guys got to go talk to the school district. I don't think that's the right approach. And I think you guys have done a lot of heavy lifting with the information that you brought about usage, about cost recovery with, fees paid for pickleball. So thank you for bringing that for us. When it comes to Aviation Park and the single west side pickleball location that was there, it is a single location. And I see you guys, you come in groups. You use it. It's a way that we build community. And actually I had an email that brought up the fact that pickleball brings all different kinds of community together, different ages. It's a really unique sport in that way. So a single location on the southwest corner, I don't think is going to cut it. And I just don't think we're getting the bang for our buck if we're spending $66,000 to do that. When it comes to, the dirt lot at Aviation Park, if we're going to talk about noise from pickleball, I'm sure there's going to be noise from an aquatic center. So obviously, there would have to be some kind of communication with either of those scenarios so that we are good neighbors and whatever happens there. But leading into that, we have over 100 CIP projects. That's true. I think should the council decide to add a CIP project with pickleball at Aviation Park, I think it could send a message that this is something that we intend to do. This is something that's important and our community has really come together to advocate for it. And we're going to see who's here to advocate for it today. The other thing I wanted to say is we haven't talked about Alta Vista, and I know this was talked about in previous discussions, but there are 8 courts there, and I understand we have a big tennis community, and I respect that. And I just want to make the point that we also have tennis courts at the high school, and as I mentioned before, they are open to the public. We are asking our basketball community to share. We're at different parks, and I think it is reasonable to stripe those 2 courts for shared use at Alta Vista. And it's shared. It's not saying one or the other. We're just saying there's a possibility there. I think that's a reasonable compromise. And then lastly, I just want to echo what Councilmember Obaji had mentioned about the parquet use for pickleball. You guys are, you're here advocating for pickleball, but we don't want to ruin it with play at parks that are not ideal for the play. When you're playing at parquets, it's like an echo chamber. And, we talk about parking and availability, like the parquets are just not a place for pickleball. It's too close to residents. There's no parking. It's just not promoting your sport in the best way. So those are the points I want to make, but I'd love to hear from the public and yourself.
Thank you. So I have this picture now of packs of roving pickleballers.
They do.
Raising up the stage. First off, I do want to clarify, there have been people asking for a pool here for a number of years. I don't think
40 years.
location is I don't think they care about the location, they just want one. But that has been for decades. And skate park, I stumbled over minutes from 2011 where kids were coming up and asking for a skate park. So that took us more than 8.5 years. How much does it cost to restripe a tennis court for 4 pickleball courts?
It really depends on the condition of the concrete. We may have to do a complete resurfacing or some concrete work, but roughly looking at probably anywhere between $5,000 to $10,000, depending on the
For all
condition.
4?
Per court.
Per court?
Yep.
To put some stripes on a...
Again, it depends on the condition
tennis
of the
court?
concrete.
I'm talking about putting on a tennis court.
On a tennis court?
Yeah. To stripe 4 pickleball courts on a tennis
$2,000.
court. How much?
Probably $5,000 to $6,000.
And we can't find a place for that. We can't find money to...
There's money for that.
The hard part is, if we're considering Alta Vista, that's a question the council's going to have to consider, because you're taking a.
I'm just asking, does staff think they could find $5,000 or $6,000?
The money for that kind of a striping effort is not a concern. That we have an availability for.
Okay, thanks. We saw the cost of a pool. What about pool revenue? I don't expect we'd cover construction costs, but do we get even close to the covering operational costs, or have we no clue?
Generally, public pools do not recover cost. It really depends on what you would want to charge for things like swim lessons or aqualetics or adult swim lessons.
Like we don't have stats from El Segundo or Torrance?
We haven't done a deep dive on that, no.
Okay.
But I can tell you from working in other organizations that do have public pools that they are not cost recovered.
I wouldn't expect them to ever break even, but I just want to know an idea of how negative they run.
I think they're typically close to 7 figures.
750?
7 figures.
800,000
to 1.2 million, depending on how much time you're giving away to club use.
Okay. And do we charge, we don't charge for any of the current pickleball courts, is that correct? Or
We
did
do not, they're all dual use.
But we would charge if it was at Alta Vista as we
We
do the
could.
tennis courts?
We certainly could and would.
Okay. I would certainly support at least on one tennis ball court testing it at Alta Vista. And then if it ends up being a big conflict, you know, we have some residents who have done some deep dives on data they got from us that say there's availability. I'm not sure it would be good to do a deep dive and do both courts at once, but we could at least test it. If it doesn't work, we just outlaw, make it illegal again, or not illegal, but prohibit it. Prohibit it. Skateboarding's not a crime either, right? Councilmember Narenheim, I see you want to.
Councilmember Obaji is first. Let him go
I'm
first.
sorry,
and then me.
Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One thing I want to say preliminarily that's in the staff report, especially for the North Redondo haters that come to the lectern from time to time, is in the last 2 years, we put in 3 new courts at 3 new pickleball courts at Perry Park. They're beautiful, 2 at Franklin Park and 1 at Anderson Park. What I'd like to hear from the public as you come up to the lectern, the pickleballers, is knowing that we don't have the money for the 1.3 million, would it be helpful to have that 1 additional court at Aviation Park? Because we probably could come up with discretionary funds for
Don't answer it now.
6,000. And that's okay, you can say no. I just want to know whether you want that, allocated now or not, or if we should just not go ahead with it because it's not going to please you anyways and just focus on the big pie. And I'd like to hear Councilmember Narenheim's perspective on it, but the cheapest option clearly is dual striping 2 tennis courts, and it's a compromise where all the basketballers are compromised. So would you be willing to compromise and participate in the pickleball affair that the city is having, and get 2 sites at Alta Vista Park?
So we have packs of pickleballers in pickleball affairs now. Councilmember Narenheim.
If you're gonna, I'll just, remind everyone when we did this last time and we talked about Alta Vista, the tennis players came out in droves and in force. And they had petitions and they showed percentages of usage. Those courts are used in tremendous numbers, percentages, and times of usage. The other thing you have to keep in mind for pickleball and for Alta Vista in particular is when I show up to my community meetings at 9:30 in the morning, I don't show up at 9:30, I show up at 9:10 because 10 of the 12 months of the year, there's very little to no parking. I mean, very little to no parking. I show up 20 minutes early for a reason. And, 1 court conversion equals 4 pickleball courts. 4 pickleball courts is 16 people. 1 tennis court is 2 people. So you're going from 2 to 16, that's 2 to 16 cars. So in order to support that infrastructure behind you on that, you'll need all the associated parking.
Carpool.
And you could talk about also during the week when there are all the sports teams there as well. It's hard to get parking. I just went there today to go vote. And there weren't that many parking spots available and people were coming in and out of that place to go parking. And I would just be very respectful of the tennis players and get their input as well, because there's a lot more things that happen there than just a tennis, a game of tennis. They need a space for tournaments, and they can tell you very succinctly what that will do. And then you got to ask the residents that live in the area as well regarding noise and parking impacts as well. So that's important. You got to keep those things all in mind. So before you go down that path, be very mindful of the impacts to the residents and surrounding community.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nils. Let's hear from the public, so. Okay. Susan Higgins, and then Michelle Grajada.
And if people can please silence their phone, it's a little bit distracting. We can't hear very well. So if somebody's phone is going off on this area, just please be mindful, and if you can lower it and put it on vibrate.
Yes, thank you.
I'm not sure what's going on. Hi, I'm Susan Higgins, a 34-year resident of Redondo Beach and the current lead of a Redondo Beach residents pickleball players group. Too bad Zane left, because I was going to answer his question quickly. From my standpoint, I would not be cost effective to spend any money building a dedicated pickleball court on the west side, southwest side at Aviation Park. And the reasons I'm going into that is we're looking at a dedicated pickleball facility. I understand it's going to take some time, so I'll get on to my speech. I'm here advocating for the city to move forward and establish a pickleball facility at Aviation Park open field with 8 dedicated pickleball courts. Court lighting, fencing, and bench seating. I recognize the Hirsch and Associates architects came up with a diagram in the administrative report that depicts only 6 pickleball courts, but with some reorientation, 8 courts can fit in that space. Aviation Park open field has been identified as an ideal location for this pickleball facility, as it sits far away from residential homes and would not displace any other sport like tennis or basketball. A pickleball facility can accommodate large numbers of players for open drop-in recreational play, as well as classes, leagues, round robins, and tournaments. A single court can't do that. Tournaments and other pickleball events can be conducted multiple times a year at a pickleball facility. The classes, leagues, round robins, and tournaments can create a primary revenue stream for the city. If the city does not want to charge its residents for open recreational play, that's great, because you could make money off the other things. As an example, a one-day round-robin pickleball tournament with 100 players can bring in approximately $3,000 of revenue just from this one-day event. Large-scale pickleball events are a tourism draw as well for people to spend money not only on the tournament, but at our local businesses, the gas stations, hotels, restaurants, and shops. The construction of an aquatic center on the Aviation Park open field would cost 10 times. We've already seen that presented. That's 10 times what it would cost to construct a pickleball facility. In addition, an aquatic center comes with an annual operating and maintenance expense. I won't belabor that. We've already talked about that. It's over $1 million a year. There is little to no return on investment or revenue stream. I have heard for the past 2 years, primarily from Councilmember Lowenstein, that lots of people in the community have been calling for an aquatic center at Aviation Park open field. I have submitted 2 petitions to the city signed by over 1,000 people advocating for a pickleball facility. I have never heard of or seen a petition for an aquatic center at Aviation Park open field.
Motion extend 30
And
seconds.
I'm running out of time. So anyway, I'm requesting of the city council, thank you. I'm requesting, in addition, you're looking at the Keene Harbor Public Amenities Plan that the city put in a pool at the redesigned Seaside Lagoon. I'm requesting that city council support the hundreds and hundreds of resident pickleball players as well as visitors to our city and move forward with approving a pickleball facility of up to 8 courts. Don't waste money going with a 1-court option. It's not worth it. And should you choose not to do this, then convert 2 tennis courts at Alta Vista Park into 8 dedicated pickleball courts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Jahada, and then Desiree Galassi.
Say Michelle first.
Come on up.
Hi, Council. My name is Michelle Garjeda, and I live in the city of Lomita. I am also a USA Pickleball Ambassador for the city of Rancho Palos Verdes. I am also a volunteer for the city of Rolling Hills Estates, and I run their open play program at Ernie Hallett Park. They have 8 tennis courts. In 2022, they converted 2 of their tennis courts for 4 pickleball courts. Ernie Hallett is a membership-based park from 8 o'clock in the morning until noon, all day Saturday and Sunday, and on weekends, which means you need to reserve the courts. They run from $6 to $7 an hour. forgot my train of thought. At the moment, the city is contemplating doing more pickleball courts. Their memberships are exceeding, the pickleball memberships are exceeding tennis memberships right now. So they have no room. All the pickleball courts are booked. From 12 o'clock on, it's first come, first serve. It's all pickleball. Open plays on Monday nights and Friday nights exceed 30 to 50 people on 4 courts. And that's evening play. So the money coming into Ernie Hallett, they have no room. So I just wanted to say that dual striping Alta Vista would be a great idea. Financially would be great until you guys decide what you really want to do. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Desiree Galassi?
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good evening. Hope everybody voted today. I know I did. Let's agree first and foremost that we're not tennis players or pickleball players or whoever. We are first and foremost tax-paying residents of our beloved Redondo Beach, wanting a healthy city, wanting our residents and visitors to stay here, to play here, to patronize our businesses here, to grow the sense of community here. We want a Redondo Beach that's vibrant. For the last several years, I have approached a number of you and asked you to rethink and reevaluate a shared use situation at Alta Vista. We have a huge need for appropriate play surfaces, but we have dilemmas. We have no parkland, we have no money, and we have an underutilized park that belongs to the whole city, but apparently some people refuse to share. So through the FOI process, I have the revenue and usage data for 4 sample months from the year of 2023. My husband, David, and I spent hours constructing a thoughtful analysis, which shows that the Alta Vista facility is not being optimized. Based on the usage, the revenue data provided by the city, not only is there availability for pickleball shared use on up to 2 tennis courts, we are able to demonstrate the actual potential hours of when that could happen. That's not been done before. In fact, no information has been brought here for the presentation tonight as far as usage or revenue. Don't you think that that's a little bit unusual? I do. Why did you not bring information, Mr. Cameron? So, the model that we shared with you impacts tennis at a minimal percentage of 2.5 to 5% maximum in the window of opportunity that I showed you in that handout right there and that I emailed you. Shared use at Alta Vista is actually self-funding and revenue generating. It's a no-brainer financially. We can absorb these costs simply by open play and reservations. So it's a short-term viable solution that could be up and running immediately for roughly $3,400, not $10,000. I already looked into this. I pulled the True Line bill that Redondo Beach paid for. It's really a great solution. We haven't looked at this. We have to look at this because we have no other options
Okay, Tom,
right
do I have a
now.
motion to extend?
Motion to extend 30
Thank you.
seconds.
I appreciate that so much. So here's what I'm asking. I'm asking that everybody reaches across the table and gives just a little bit, right? I do not support a full conversion. What I support is a shared use. And in doing that, we can actually collect more data and understand how the pickleball community operates. We have no data We have no understanding whatsoever. It's a shame that I had to FOI this information and it was not readily available. El Segundo makes it readily available. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dallas Poffenroth. We need a motion to receive and file.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Anybody opposed? Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and attendees for this meeting. My name is Dallas Poffenroth. I'm a Redondo Beach resident, a registered nurse, and a U.S. Pickleball Association ambassador. The pickleball enthusiasts of Redondo Beach have been actively advocating for shared use pickleball courts or newly constructed courts since 2017. That's how long we've been working on this project. It is now 2024. With only a shared conversion of basketball surfaces in 3 Redondo Beach city parks. These temporary conversions are simply not acceptable. They're not acceptable court surfaces for pickleball. These pseudo surfaces lack leveling in most directions, up, down, and sideways. The courts, using the term loosely, have minimal or no proper fencing. Surface cracking and other damage is already visible at several locations, creating increased risk for player injury. Additionally, players must provide their own nets for each outing. A skateboard ramp parallels the courts at Perry Park. Young children are often playing or running close to the unfenced court area, and dedicated parking is minimal to none at most of the parks, especially on street cleaning days. To date, Aviation Park has been identified as ultimately the best Redondo Beach resort for a multi-court pickleball facility. It is recognized that this sort of project will take time and allocated funding. However, return on investment would be manifested through fees to play and intermittent tournaments. To date, Redondo Beach pickleball players feel they have not been respected by City Council in providing any regulation courts. As resident taxpayers, they have requested previously and are again requesting dual usage of Alta Vista Park tennis facility. Hirsch and Associates were hired at taxpayer expense in 2021 to evaluate many park areas in Redondo Beach for appropriate shared use or construction of new courts. Alta Vista was identified as the best location to start this project. I am quoting from an administrative report dated May 3rd, 2022. Quote, "This location is ideal for the conversion of pickleball courts, as it would benefit from the existing sport court infrastructure and lighting of the tennis court facility, and would also result in cost savings and a shortened installation time. Dedicated parking was determined to lessen the impact on the surrounding community. The cost for dual usage conversion of 2 tennis courts could be done quickly, serving many players at one location. Smaller parks were determined to have more issues with regards to appropriate space, parking, cost factors, and residential concerns. Additionally, Hirsch and Associates also reviewed some court usage data that demonstrated then Alta Vista courts as not used to capacity."
Time.
May I have 30 seconds?
Motion for 30 seconds.
Second.
Thank you. My recent collaboration with Desiree and David Galassi to collect and review current recreation and parks data reaffirmed this statement. Surrounding beach cities have stepped up to the plate and have for some time provided dual-stripe pickleball tennis courts with conversion of some courts to pickleball. Manhattan Beach has additionally partnered with their school board to provide weekend open play to all pickleball players at a recently constructed pickleball venue. Pickleball is
I'm
identified...
sorry, can you wrap it up?
Yep.
You've eaten up your additional 30 seconds.
Four lines. Pickleball is identified universally to cross-section all ages. It supports spontaneous social interaction and physical activity, clearly emphasized as promoting healthy lifestyles that are patently important for coping with life stressors.
Okay.
Thank you for thoughtfully
Thank you.
considering the data,
Thank you.
the issues, and the solutions.
Anybody else in the audience wish to speak? Anybody online?
Yes, Mayor, we do have someone with their hand
Hold it,
raised.
we've got somebody here.
Oh.
Good evening, Mayor Light and Councilman. My name is Michelle Charfen. I've been a homeowner in Redondo for about 18 years and currently am living in Torrance. And I'm here tonight to speak in support of creating permanent pickleball courts in Redondo. I was present in 2019 at the meeting where it was discussed to take one of the courts at Anderson Park and change it into pickleball courts. And at that time was supporting not doing that, given that it was one of the only 2 courts in all of North Redondo. But at that meeting, there was a lot of discussion and an agreement came that the council spoke about having dedicated pickleball courts, multiple courts for players to have. That was in July of 2019. From that, the decision to just resurface and stripe basketball courts, to me, was an inadequate response to what the community was asking for. They're not asking just for individual courts striped at places where people have to bring nets, but instead a place where community can come together to play. People who aren't familiar can come and join in and play. I work as an emergency physician. I also have a degree in public health. I have a master's of epidemiology, and pickleball is an amazing sport in that it not only fosters physical health, but it fosters mental health and connection. It fosters people playing together and interacting that wouldn't normally intersect. People play of different races, genders, ages. I played this weekend with a 12-year-old. I played with a 70-year-old. I watched a woman in her 80s play with a teenager against 2 guys in their 50s. This is what drop and play does. This is what the pickleball community is asking for, not a random court here and resurfacing one other. That means actually that's fine. If you guys want to create more random courts, do that also, but not as the solution. Do that in addition to the solution of creating a space where pickleballers can come to play together, especially for drop and play, that invites people to come and play in different groups of 4 individuals. There's multiple mental health studies that are showing that it decreases depression, increases life satisfaction. There's public health movements from departments trying to help communities to support bringing pickleball in. It has a lot to offer. So I don't want to see a solution of just a court getting restriped here and there where people have to bring their own nets and supplies. I want to see you create a space that actually fosters the community coming into play. I think Alta Vista is a wonderful site where 2 courts could be repurposed for shared use. I think in addition to that you should make the commitment to create a dedicated pickleball facility at Aviation Park in the open field. I think that actually both of those should be moved forward. I think that there's enough of you tonight here. I've heard 3 of you that I think actually understand that that's a solution and that probably both of those things should be happening, not just one. So I would like to see somebody make a motion this evening to move forward immediately to repurpose 2 of the courts at Alta Vista for shared use, in addition to do the studies and what's necessary to look for how to get the funding to create an actual pickleball facility. And other speakers have already talked about that this is a revenue generating thing for the city. It brings tourists,
Can you wrap
people
it up,
come.
or do you need more time?
Can I have 30 seconds? Yeah, people choose.
Motion to extend, second? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, extending it. People choose to go on vacation in areas that can support drop-in and community play. It's a revenue generating win-win. And I think that it's always been important for elected officials to think about mental health and physical health of their community members. I think after COVID, it's imperative. We have increased rates of depression, anxiety, substance use disorder, and pickleball actually combats all of those. It brings people together in connection, in community, in a healthy environment, substance-free, across from 12 to 80. Where else do you find that? So I really encourage you guys to take bold steps tonight to move in direction for North and South Redondo.
Thank you.
May I ask you, hold on, Ms. Garvin? Ms. Garvin, I have a clarifying question for you. How long have you been living in Torrance?
I've been living in Torrance since July of, not this last July, but the one before that, 2022.
Have you been playing pickleball in Torrance? They have a lot of open space there.
You know what? Yeah, I have. So I've been actually going to other cities. I first started playing and didn't even know about drop and play, and I was using El Segundo, the rec park. And then just like last month, I'm very new to pickleball. Last month, I actually learned about the possibility of drop and round robin play. It's amazing because I don't always have a partner. I have a busy schedule. I can't always play. I can just drop in and play with other members of the community at all these given times. I'm mainly using Manhattan Beach because they have a lot of open play.
Okay,
they have like dawn to dusk open play for free at the middle school on the weekends. And they have every morning 8 to 12 at Manhattan Beach Heights Park. So I've been trying to go 2 or 3 times a week. I'm very new. Like I have a lot of respect for the people here.
I got it.
That have been trying for a long time. I'm fairly new.
Yeah, I know we can go on forever on it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're good. Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I just
Okay, order.
I just get some idea after I listen to this lady. I think Torrance would be welcome you to build some pickleball facilities at the new Torrance Transit Center. All the buses comes there empty. There is like 10 cars parked there, so plenty of parking space. You have a dollar, you hop on the bus at the pier. You know, you give the money-hungry Torrance politicians there $10,000 for a concrete slab. All the people can come, empty, air-conditioned buses, and you can use that facility just a little door, you know? Or my other idea, you should convert all the tennis players, pickleball players, because, you know, just or go like this, you know? I mean, which one you choose? I choose this one, you know? And, you know, not that much sweating, you know, easier on the knees. So all the tennis player, you convert it to pickleball player, more people, more this, you know, income, you know, and make it $10 a game, you know, that's not a big money. And then they work up an appetite, you know, that's good for your restaurant, you know, and break a few bones, that's good for the hospitals, you know. So, because always these doctors telling you to do exercise, you know, for the old people. And what happened to the old people? They do face plants. You know, a few ribs broken, a few knees broken. So, of course, the doctors promote this, you know, but look at me. I was exercising, and more I exercised, more I ate. So, you know, it's not so healthy to do physical activities because you work up a big appetite. The best thing is sit down. It's very safe. It's very safe when you sit down, watch a good TV program, or talk to people, or go to the esplanade, pet the dogs, you know. Put you, is the dog bite? Yeah, no, and then, you know. So, you know, it's cheaper and safer. But I bet Torrance would welcome you. Torrance Transit Center, visit it. I'm gonna put up a video because nobody's there. You could make a good use of it, great transportation, and safe. They have emergency push buttons.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hi, I'm David Galassi, Redondo Beach resident. I just wanted to come up and correct a couple of things that had been incorrectly stated by Mr. Harding and then some of the council people. First of all, the Alta Vista courts have capacity. We went through the process. We really, Mr. Harding expressed that he worked with the pickleball community. I'm not sure who that is, but it wasn't with us. We tried to work with the office. We were stonewalled. And we actually had to resort to FOI to get data. And the first thing we FOI'd was the reservation data. And honestly, the reservation data is terrible. At worst, you should look into that because you're losing money. Full stop there. The second thing we FOI'd the revenue data because we thought we could back into the usage based on how much money you're generating at Alta Vista. And honestly, that didn't match the data either. So I would definitely look at how you're collecting revenue at Alta Vista. Finally, we did get, my wife scheduled a meeting with the department. Mr. Harding didn't attend. Some people on his staff attended. And we eventually did get data from them. So we took their data. We analyzed it. I spent hours and hours analyzing the data. And it's in the packet that my wife provided, and it clearly shows that there is space available at Alta Vista. The other thing we did was that we created a schedule that had the least impact to tennis players. We took only times where there was insignificant impact to tennis players, and we've created a schedule, and it's there. And it's in your packet. It documents times and numbers of courts that have the least impact to tennis players. And we've all done all this as taxpayers trying to help the city. But honestly, if the Parks and Rec Department had spent a little bit of time on this issue, they could have got to the same place. And I just want to say that I'm definitely in favor of the dual use courts at Alta Vista. So thank you.
Thank you. So before we take another speaker, I just wanted to address something. FOI is Freedom of Information Act, and in California, it's really California Public Records Act. Yeah, that's a federal program. But beyond that, I just want to thank both of you for taking the time to put together that factual data and putting your time into it. I will tell you, it reminds me of Bill and I when we first sat down and started looking at the power plant numbers. So appreciate the citizen activism there and the time you put into that. I know it's not inconsequential.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Leslie Campeggi, Redondo Beach. There was a speaker who came up here and said, create a space. That is becoming increasingly more difficult to do in the city of Redondo Beach because we don't have a lot of open space. I don't know what the right solution is regarding pickleball, but the bigger solution is for everybody in this room to please get on board with ourneighborhoodvoices.com to make sure that Sacramento doesn't keep taking over our space. We will not have an opportunity to create any more space if we can't get Sacramento to stop shoving housing in all of our space. OurNeighborhoodVoices.com was an initiative that was co-authored by the late, great Mayor Bill Brand. And wouldn't it be a wonderful tribute to him if we could, hopefully one day, resurrect what happens at the power plant site. The current owner may or may not own it, depending on the bankruptcy case and depending on AES's resolution of their litigation. But if we are able to once again put forth a financing district from the county and the grants that have been given to us and a little bit more behind that, and have 25 acres, 6 of which will be wetlands at the site as deemed by the California Coastal Commission, but the rest of that to be Bill Brand Waterfront Park. What an amazing space for pickleball. OurNeighborhoodVoices.com. Please get behind that effort and get that on the ballot so we can make a difference and create our own space. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience?
How do you do? I'm Carmel Madonna. I was born in Redondo Beach. Live in Redondo Beach. I went to Aviation High School. Went to Washington Elementary and Adams. I've seen tennis courts at Adams. Long time ago now, they're basketball courts. There's no space over there for us over there. And I understand there is a loud section over there at Adams, so I wouldn't suggest that. I play at Franklin because I live in North Redondo. I have people that are driving to play with us all the way from the Esplanade, one of the teachers from the South Bay Adult School. I worked there for 30 years. And we're all enjoying our retirement. We worked hard to enjoy our retirement. And a couple of weeks ago at Franklin, I saw one of my students. She's now 33 years old. I taught her when she was 3. I knew who she was. I knew who her father was. He's a dentist in our neighborhood, and they play together. So this isn't just an old folks sport, I want to tell you that. I've been playing at Anderson because I couldn't play on Monday. It was raining. We had pickleball withdrawal. My buddy over here, Bob, I met Bob. He lives on 3 blocks from me. I never knew him before this. I drove him here. He has cataracts and he's getting better. He can't see at night. We're making friends. We're making community. We're exercising. Alta Vista is a prime location. I don't understand why it's not being utilized. I was here at the Parks meeting the other day and they said I was very passionate. I watched myself on TV. I started to almost cry Because I think that South Redondo is not getting anything. There's nothing. There's no space for you over here. And I think the fact of the matter is that there is something over there. And if you want to study it for a few months before you make it, designated always to be used just for pickleball, that'd be fine. But we don't mind sharing. And I don't understand why people from tennis can't share. I taught kids when they were 3 years old how to share. I don't understand if they didn't go to school, but we all get a turn. If you wait your turn, you'll get a turn. And if you demand your turn, you won't get a turn. You will be asked to sit over there. So we are tired of sitting over there, and we want to be used in the proper way, like as people, to be able to enjoy our life. And right now, I think there's a lot of jokes on TV about old people playing pickleball. I heard somebody speaking about, they played with a 12-year-old. I think that's great. There's no reason why we can't all connect. Like in Ireland, when the Irish, we all connected at the pubs. There's old people, there's young people. Pickleball's old people, young people. We want to have fun. We want to laugh. We'll play in the wind. We'll play against the wind. But we want to play at Alta Vista where there's lights. South Redondo deserves this. The lights at night. How about all of you people that are working during the day? Wouldn't you like to play at night? And pay a couple of dollars, $10. You'll make money. You're going to make money, Redondo Beach. Take advantage of this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do we have anyone online?
Yes, we do. The first speaker is Crystal Deckman. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Crystal Deckman, and I am currently a commissioner on the Recreation and Parks Commission, but I'm speaking to you today as a resident of Redondo Beach, District 2. When I first started playing pickleball last year, I quickly discovered that the city of Redondo Beach did not offer lessons and did not have a place where I could learn to play easily. So I signed up for lessons in the city of Torrance. While taking lessons, I learned more about the sport and realized it is currently the fastest growing sport in America and has approximately 36.5 million players. I learned about the concept of open or drop-in play where individual players could simply show up to a court to play with others. I loved this concept because I didn't have to bring a net and find other people to play with, and it gave me the opportunity to meet and socialize with others. The open play at parks in our neighboring cities is overcrowded, and the wait time in between games can be very long, which is very frustrating for a player. Many Redondo residents have complained about having courts too close to their homes. With the higher number of players on the courts compared to tennis, the sport can be louder, and there are more cars taking up parking spaces. This is why we should not focus on putting more courts in the smaller parks that are very close to homes. I believe Alta Vista is a perfect location to set up shared courts and would mimic what other cities are doing to meet the demand. This could be implemented very quickly by painting lines for the pickleball courts and purchasing portable nets. The reservation system is already in place, and hours of play could be established for tennis versus pickleball. The Alta Vista courts are not being used all day, every day, so this will help support the need of our South Redondo residents. We also need to provide permanent pickleball courts to accommodate competitive play, including tournaments and round robins. We can also provide lessons and clinics for all skill levels. This will attract many people from out of town and will generate revenue for the city. I believe the Aviation Park open field location is the perfect location for this. The construction and ongoing maintenance costs would be much less than having an aquatic center. My second choice at Aviation Park would be the west of field option, but the layout of the courts is not ideal, and there is an environmental concern with the removal of so many trees. I believe Redondo Beach is missing out on a revenue opportunity. This sport is not going away, and having dedicated courts in Redondo will help to reduce conflict in our parks and provide our residents with a place to play, all while providing some revenue for the city. I view this as a win-win for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jules Hogan. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hear me? Hi there, can you hear us?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name's Jules Hogan Sahai, and I'm here with my husband and son. My son's name is Hawk Sahai, and he's a fourth grader at Burney Elementary. And he just wanted to say a couple things about basketball.
Like I kind of think that the pickleballers and basketballers, like we just want the same thing, or separate courts.
Yeah, we think that the proposal of adding dedicated courts over at Aviation Park makes a lot of sense. It allows the pickleballers to have their space to connect with their community, but my son has also found that basketball for him has, especially post-pandemic, of being a child of kindergarten and first grade, where that was a real important time to be making and connecting friends. Basketball has been a wonderful way for him to make his friends. And especially on the weekends is when we have to drive around a lot to find courts that are available. It's also a little bit tricky. You know, there are signs posted at Perry. They're just laminated signs tied to the basketball.
That most of them have come loose.
Yeah, most of them have come loose. And it's very hard for a family to go up to a group of 4 or 8 pickleballers and ask them, you know, we want them to have their time to promote fitness and take care of their bodies as well. But it's really hard to go up to people and ask them, say, oh, it's our time to play now. And I think that's the times aren't really clear yet. I guess the last thing I'll say is we purchased our home in February of 2021, 2 blocks from Perry. And one of the main reasons why we did that was because of the basketball courts. We're a huge basketball family, and we tried, once pickleball came into Perry, to put a hoop up in our joint driveway with our neighbors, and that unfortunately turned into a situation with one of our neighbors. So, you know, weekends, summers, school hours, I think are really important times for kids to have access to basketball courts. And of course, during the school day, pickleball away, but in designated courts would be a really great idea. And then my son has one other thing to say. Go ahead. Did you want to say it?
No.
Okay, I guess. This is his second, we're in Zane's district, and he got, this is his second
Civic activism.
civic activism, exactly. He fell off his bike on dog poop a couple years ago. Yeah.
He got pick up your poop signs installed on the Burney Elementary retaining wall.
Yeah, so we have an activist here. So anyway,
Tell him.
thank you.
Thank you, Hawk.
Can't wait to see him on the youth commission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes the hands that are raised on Zoom. And just for the record, we do have one e-comment, and it is in support.
Okay, thank you. So just a couple things before I turn it back over to the council. I'm new to this. You guys have been in the battlefield on this for quite some time, but as a newbie coming into this, I think there's some obvious facts. Pickleball is big. There's a lot of people who want to do it. We've been paying it, I shouldn't say we're paying it lip service. We're not meeting the need. I think we need to have 2 things coming out of this, and I would ask you to work together, hopefully on a consensus, to recognize the long-term establishing an area for pickleballers, that there's a concentration of courts just for them. And I would ask for a short-term solution for the Alta Vista Park, at least on a temporary basis, so that we can always reverse it if it doesn't work out. So with that, Councilmember Obaji, I think you had the floor first. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Light. So first, thank you also to the Galaxies. Thank you for this analysis. It clearly shows that at least 50% of the time, 2 courts are open at Alta Vista. To Councilmember Lowenstein, you know, I met with, and actually Mayor Light did too, met with Alan Sanford today, and he specifically discussed your request to Mr. Greenberg, and it didn't sound like it was going that way. And, you know, what I think is the most natural place for a pool right now is Seaside Lagoon, where we have to close the once through use of water. And we have a $3 million contract out for design of a Seaside Lagoon that puts in seemingly a pool, or at least considers putting in a pool. We're gonna have to do a $20 or $30 million fundraise for that, and that's in District 2. So I really think that we should concentrate our aquatic efforts there. Jules, what I'd say is have Hawk email Councilmember Kalajerovich, because she's leading a big charge for a youth commission. If you could light up sign 2B. This is the motion that I've collaborated with Councilmember Kalajerovich on, and we move to Aviation Park, designate the open field area for future dedicated pickleball courts as a first priority on the unfunded CIP, Capital Improvement Program, and an analysis or BRR regarding any sound mitigation that we can put in to be a good neighbor to Northrop Grumman. At Franklin Park, we move to resurface the current concrete pad for volleyball for dual striping for pickleball as well, using the funding that's already budgeted for improvements at Franklin Park. At Dale Page, resurface and stripe the concrete platform for pickleball with CM Barron's discretionary funds. And thank you for putting forward those discretionary funds, Councilmember Barron, for North Redondo. Alta Vista Park, restripe 2 tennis courts for shared use between tennis and pickleball play with revenue, meaning charging for the use of the courts, and eventual development of dedicated hours for each sport. And BRR, and we would like budget response report analysis and liability analysis regarding Perry Park erection of a partial fence between the 2 basketball courts, like you see between 2 tennis courts. And secondly, repainting the Perry Park basketball, pickleball sport courts from time to time, just the cost. And what would that be if, let's say, 3 years down the line from all the skating on one court, we just needed to repaint that. I'm not sure that the lines are affected right now. The pictures didn't seem like the lines are damaged, just the green part would need to be repainted. And direct the city attorney to render an infraction pickleball play at residential parkettes in Redondo Beach. And finally, direct staff to ensure that the signage at Dale Page Park, Perry Park, and Franklin Park for the makeshift pickleball courts on the basketball courts and the actually dual striped ones preserve basketball hours and rights, right? So that's the motion.
Second it.
Right.
So I have a question. You're asking for the infraction on pickleball play at residential parkettes. Is there signage that prohibits it?
We would go with sign. I mean, that would be part of this. So yeah,
you want to
I'll
add
clear
that to your?
Plus signage. I think the city attorney actually indicated that signage would be required.
Are you okay with that
Yes.
amendment? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Narenheim?
Thank you, Mayor Light. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but to make sure we don't get caught up in any bad lawsuits or nuisance lawsuits or issues. This agenda item is titled as such, discussion and possible action on improvements at Aviation Park and the potential for additional recreational amenities. The staff report was completely about Aviation Park. Now, I appreciate these comments about Alta Vista and Dale Page and Franklin and directing the city attorney on new actions. The problem here is that, and those who have been around for a while understand what titling an agenda item is correctly and making sure we do things right for the last few years, and understand we get that through correctly. I would know that we would need to have a council meeting on the action of adding different parks, pickleball, and as well, if you're going to start directing finances, this is a budget amendment. We've spent all the money in our parks funds, so we need to get a 4/5 vote regarding the finances on that separately as either one action and one council meeting for a budget amendment. But definitely, this is action on Aviation Park. This is not all the other parks, as much as I'd like to get some improvements done to all the other parks, which is why I might also add to this if we're going to have a conversation, we need to have a conversation with all the other uses. And if we're going to start going down the path of Alta Vista, you need to be fair and at least get the input of the tennis groups that are down there. That needs to be a part of the conversation. You can't have a conversation by yourself. So I would just make sure everyone understands the titling of this and the action of this moving forward.
Thank you. The report had covered way more than aviation. I mean, even the briefing, it was very clear that the actual staff report was broader than just aviation park. And I'd ask the city attorney for his opinion on.
The title isn't perfect, and I looked at that as well. But I did note in the report on.
Mike's not on.
30 years, you'd think you know how to use the button.
You would think. But, when I started, we just had, megaphones, so we didn't have it electric. On page 7 of A, it went through the commission recommendations and specifically recommend the city council restripe the 2 tennis courts at Alta Vista Park for use of between tennis and pickleball play. And so, now I'm always in favor of more input. And I do think there's a concern over the general language of people not being aware, if they just looked at the title, that the tennis community at Alta Vista may not have appeared. But, the requirement is you do general language, and you do had specifically in the report this, and I didn't see all of the motion. Were you allocating funds right now?
We were taking designated funds, discretionary funds that Councilmember Barrett had, and we were also potentially using spillover funds from aviation park. But no, I mean, this is all kind of planning for budget season coming up, right?
Yeah, we have to come back with this item anyway. We cannot execute these actions without a subsequent contract. So this needs to be a 2-part discussion regardless. I mean, that was always our intention with how we wrote the item. This was a directional item, an advisory night, and we would follow up with whatever subsequent either capital project discussion or contract discussion that would ensue. Alta Vista, while mentioned in the report, from our point of view, was asked and answered as a policy matter a couple of years ago, so we didn't really anticipate including that as part of a subsequent action here when we wrote the report. We mentioned the Recreation Parks Commission's advice. So if that's where we want to head with this, we can bring that back and we can talk about it and include it as part of the budget discussion in May. Right now, we would have to identify exactly what the cost of those courts would be. And we would have to bring that sort of, at minimum, that contract back to you if we could afford it within these proceeds and or identify as part of the budget.
So Mike, for the future, if there's an action, if there's a recommendation from a commission that's specific about other parks, I would expect that we would address that, and hopefully the topic would be in the title. I looked at it as more broadly even in the title, because it said aviation park and other recreational.
It's other recreational amenities.
So
And the executive summary, the last part of it, specifically it addresses the Recreation and Parks Commission. And the last part of it goes through.
Specifically what they recommended.
Right.
But this has always been a 2-part item. Tonight was not, that's always been our intention.
I understand. I understand.
If you want to execute an Alta Vista Park, we'll do it. We'll bring it back and talk about it. I think the comments that Nils made about whether or not the tennis community would take issue with this action, I think you may want to hear from the tennis community when you talk about it, because there is conflict here. And if you rewind the clock 2 years, the tennis community was out in very strong force. So tonight wasn't to do something immediate.
I just see this as 1.3 million, we're not going to execute tomorrow.
Right.
And we've got this demand. And I don't think it's too much to ask the tennis people to share 2 courts, and we can always say no. Let's not applaud.
And I think what may address it is, your motion is directing to come back with an item regarding
Specific action.
what specific things you want to do. And I think Councilman Nierenheim and Mayor Light have a good point in that it should be specific on the items, not just, regional or other recreational amenities. But you're going to get to the same place, whatever the eventual vote is, if you break it down into return with the necessary items to, you're giving direction to staff to return with the necessary agenda items to be able to consider and vote. And some items will require or may require a 4/5 vote. I don't want to prejudge. And some items will not.
Councilmember Obaji.
I'm not done yet. So I'm going to make a substitute motion to direct staff to come back with a budget response report for restriping all the parks mentioned, Dale Page, Franklin, Alta Vista, and to have also to have a subsequent conversation to address pickleball in Redondo Beach at all of our parks, and to bring in all of the affected communities, whether it's the residents, it's the tennis players, it's the basketball players, it's the soccer players, to get everyone's input on the parks and uses. And we'll come back for the budget season. So that would be my motion.
I'll second it.
Kick the can.
Hey, let's be respectful. I'm actually disappointed that you guys are making that motion. I think we're obfuscating the issue and we keep kicking the can. You guys made it. I'm going to just speak to it. I'm disappointed that we can't come to some agreement up here. I think that's an obfuscating motion. I understand your motivation behind it, but that's my opinion of it. So,
Mayor, I understand that, but we haven't had a single person come down from the tennis community to be able to address this. And you weren't here in 2 years ago when we talked about this. And it's not fair to any of these other communities, the way that this is titled. It's coming back. And this does exactly the same thing in the proper procedure to make sure we get all of the impacts and understand our process.
Do you really think it's unfair for us to have them share 2 courts at Alta Vista? I'm just asking your personal opinion.
I think we need to have the input of the tennis community here. I cannot speak for the tennis community.
Well, I think we know what it's going to be. No?
I'm not a tennis player. I'm not a pickleball player.
Okay.
So thank you. I appreciate
Let's have
your
order
input,
here.
but I'm not here to speak on behalf of the tennis world or the basketball world or the soccer world. And so including Alta Vista. So
we got it, Nils.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have substitute motion and a second. Any discussion on the substitute motion and the second? Councilmember Obaji.
Just that I'll amend the original motion that I realize will be voted on second.
Well, you can make a substitute motion for there.
Substitute?
Yeah, because you're not, your original motion won't be voted on until
that one.
Okay,
this.
so a
And so this
substitute
would be-
to the substitute is, can light up B2 again, 2B, is to basically do the same thing. And I certainly will return with Alta Vista advice from the city attorney as to what other items do we need to return with, so I can put that in this motion.
Well, let me see the
And while he's doing that, can I ask, when we previously discussed pickleball at Alta Vista, were we talking about converting courts or restriping for dual use?
I think we studied a few different options, adding 2 additional courts at the location. Then we talked about dual use on 1 or 2 courts, as I remember. It's been a little while.
Right. Anybody? Well, okay. So, yeah, I just recall it being as converting the use, and they didn't want to lose tennis courts, but my recollection could also be inaccurate. But in any event, it's okay. We'll get the tennis folks in here. We'll do this again. It won't be,
Hey,
it won't be,
be respectful.
So anything else that we need to come back with, Mr. Webb?
Well, I want to check, what do we need money for, like, I don't know what
We don't
is
have,
in the CIP.
we don't have specific
currently.
appropriation for striping it at the Alta Vista tennis court site. We're going to need to get a cost estimate. My recommendation would be you direct us to obtain a cost estimate for that specific action. Striping on an existing tennis court is different than striping on a concrete multi-purpose court. So we need to get you that number and then determine whether or not we would be able to redirect existing funds from aviation, which, by the way, would require, in that scenario, budget action, or if you're simply going to direct us to bring that back as part of the capital budget in June.
That's such a nominal amount of money that I believe Councilmember Barrett would use his discretionary funding for it. And so would Councilmember Caligerovich.
Well, if that is the case, we could do it. We'll still need to come back with a
All right,
contract.
guys, I don't have any more discretionary money left. I used it in my district already.
We will obtain the quote. I tend to agree it's going to be in the tens of thousands, probably the low, maybe not even $10,000. And it's going to be affordable. The question is, do we have money directed to that use? And that's the action that'll be needed. Your discretionary uses would not require that 4/5 modification, but you would need as a consensus, a council policy call to direct us to convert or at least stripe for dual use that.
Right. So we'll return with this item with the estimates, right?
How about if some member of the public just gives you the money?
We still got an executed contract to implement the work, and you need to then take the action to direct us to that.
Is there anything else here in this substitute that we need to return with?
I think if you're talking about discretionary funds or already existing funds at Franklin Page and Dale Page Park, we don't need to.
Right.
The BRR and liability analyses, you don't need to. Direct the city attorney to return with an ordinance amendment.
Right.
That would make pickleball play at residential parks an infraction. And do you have signage for, do you have a budget already for the signage at Dale Page, Prairie Parks, and Franklin?
That would be traditional regulatory signage, so that would be through the sign
you've
shop.
got
Yeah, we wouldn't need that. Cameron mentioned that as part of the analysis, when we come back with Alta Vista costing, we'll probably talk about current uses. I know there's some discussion about revenue, both for registration fees as well as what we currently provide for tennis lessons, so we can talk a little bit about that. Any particular timeframe at which you'd like to see this brought back?
I'd like this back, these guys back to the extent anything needs to be done as soon as possible, say another month or 2 months.
Yeah, maybe last meeting in April, we probably could.
Sure,
we
that
could do
sounds good. All right, so that's a motion, second.
And I'm sorry, do you want to, okay, so if those are all coming back together, and then you can specify them in the title, so everyone will know exactly.
Oh, yeah, I mean, absolutely. We'll have those very, very clear.
This will
These are
have to
action
come back,
items.
obviously, right? The ordinance will
Yeah,
have to come back.
so it's got to come
Public
back
hearing.
twice.
Yeah.
It's just like we heard a lot about leaf blowers, and that's coming back twice,
Yes, I
And
know
so, but I had the same initial thought as Councilman Narenheim on the title until I went through the report, and I think it's important to get everyone's input, but I think we need to act as expeditiously as possible for the council to make a final decision.
And we need the direction before budget. I mean, we really do.
I'm sorry, Lowenstein.
Thank you. Independent of everything else that we've talked about tonight, I would highly encourage the city staff to reach out to Northrop. They're the largest employer in town. They employ a lot of people in our city. To do some homework on here. I know I'm the only one, I'm surprised I'm the only one who's actually talked to them because it was on the agenda to let them know.
Oh, we've talked to Northrop. We heard this.
About this motion and everything else. That's what I'm saying.
We'll do that, but we talked to Northrop early on in the initial feasibility process. They had the same response then regarding but they've had that response for every proposed use we've ever had at that site, whether it was community services offices,
pool
to
or anything,
pool.
right.
I mean,
I'm aware of that, yeah.
they've rejected virtually every proposal we've had up
I
there.
just think it's a good idea to do that. As good neighbors, and they may oppose it. That's fine. I mean, that's their prerogative. But we tend to be good neighbors in this town.
Okay.
So that's what I would say. That's one of my concerns here.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you. Just a question for the city manager. Regarding Dale Page, we're already moving forward
Yeah,
on that.
you don't need any action on that. Yeah, we're moving forward with that, your discretionary funds. You've given
Thank
that, that's already been discussed. It's been shown as feasible, so we're intending to move forward with that now.
So the motion substitute as presented on the screen is the motion.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call the vote. Okay. This is on the substitute to the substitute, the one being displayed right now. Councilmember Narenheim.
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein. No. Councilmember Kalajerovic.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
Okay, the ayes have it. Thanks, everyone, for coming out, and especially thanks for putting the time in for the analysis of the data.
Mr. Mayor,
Buddy.
before we go further, may I make a motion for a 8-minute break?
No, I want to get this work done tonight. And moving
do we have a
forward.
second?
We have 10:30 deadline, so we can start moving forward.
I mean,
Let's
5
take a break.
minutes?
5 minute, 5.
I would second a 5-minute motion.
No, it's
5-minute
going to be
break.
10 minutes. We got
So
work
we
to
have
do.
a motion and a second. Councilmember Obaji, we have a motion and a second for a 5-minute break.
Aye.
You guys.
So we have 3 ayes,
No.
2 noes, so we're 5 minutes. So it's 9:49. Come back at 9. I can't do the math. 9:54.
It's 9:50 right now, so.
I'm going by the Minutes. We need to do a roll call again once we start? Let's do it. Okay. I'm calling the meeting back to order after our recess. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Narenheim?
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Here.
Councilmember Kalujerovich?
Here.
Councilmember Obaji? Councilmember Barrett?
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, item N2. This should be quick.
Not a lively conversation.
Discussion and possible action on cannabis regulations related to retail location requirements and buffer zone. So, okay, can we show on the record that Councilmember Obaji joined us?
Yes, thank you.
Late. Elizabeth, I'm turning the floor over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So good evening, Mayor, City Council. For discussion tonight are the buffer areas established by our cannabis regulatory ordinances, and attached to tonight's report in your agenda packet is a comprehensive and detailed history of the development of the buffer areas, and hopefully for our new mayor, you found that helpful, and hopefully it was a good refresher for the rest of our council. Madam Clerk, would you share my screen? Thank you so much. So for tonight's presentation, I'm just going to give a brief overview of that history. I won't go into the details. I can easily go back and answer any questions you may have. But just for you to follow along visually, I have a timeline up on the screen. So cannabis buffer areas were first deliberated over by our Cannabis Steering Committee, which was established in 2018. They first took into consideration state law at the time, which was Title IV, Section 15026 of the California Code of Regulations. And these specified buffer areas for cannabis retailers, but also allowed for the expansion of these buffer areas by local jurisdictions. And so the steering committee did want to expand the buffer for middle and high schools to 1,500 feet. And they also wanted to exclude commercial regional zones, and that included the Galleria. Their recommendations were then brought to the council for initial discussion at the October 5th, 2021 meeting. Council at that time did accept all of the steering committee recommendations related to buffers, except for the exclusion of commercial regional zones. Council then directed staff to return with a few versions of the buffer map, which they reviewed and discussed in January 2022. There were 3 versions of the map that they wanted to look at. The first was the one with the committee's recommendations. The second was one that considered alcohol sale sites, and the third was one that considered safe routes to school. They just wanted an opportunity to see how all those laid out on a map. And after that meeting in January, the discussion went to the Planning Commission in March of 2022. And a community survey was also released in April of that year. Council then discussed buffers again in their May 2022 meeting. They took into consideration the Planning Commission's recommendations as well as the community survey. And as it relates to buffer areas, the council voted to maintain their October 5th direction, which was their initial direction, which was to accept the steering committee's recommendations, but include commercial regional zones as an allowed site for cannabis permitting. So with that direction, on September 6, 2022, the council adopted the cannabis regulatory ordinances, which captured these parameters in terms of buffer areas. And then over the last few months, we've had a few opportunities to discuss cannabis application process guidelines. And at the very last meeting on December 19th, 2023, council directed staff to return with a discussion item regarding buffer zones specifically. You just wanted another opportunity to review how we got here and then maybe discuss expanding those buffer zones a bit more. In particular, there was a desire to revisit Artesia Boulevard, areas around Dale Page Park, and then there was discussion about the intersection of Manhattan Beach Boulevard and Inglewood Avenue. So for tonight's meeting, we've gone ahead and provided you that detailed background just so you can follow the history of the buffer zones as they are today. And then we also updated the buffer maps. Quite a bit has changed since 2022. We just want to make sure we captured a snapshot of where we are today in terms of the ordinance and what it defines as buffer areas. And so I have that map ready to pull up for council's discussion. And that concludes my formal presentation. But as you know, I'm here to answer any questions you may have about the buffer maps. This does just open the discussion for council to go ahead and consider maybe expanding some of these buffer areas.
So you can't show us the,
Yes, I can. I know it's a little zoomed out, but let me know where you want me to go in.
and all you're expecting tonight is a discussion on the buffer map.
Yeah, so what we've done is updated the map to reflect the language as written and the current inventory of businesses as we know it to be today. If you want to give us any direction on modifications to the ordinance language to, as Elizabeth pointed out, expand the buffer zones, we would need that direction so we can incorporate in the item that comes back to you that's going to reconcile and review our current ordinance and RFP. If you want to make no changes and what you see in the updated map is sufficient for you, no follow-up actions required. Our next step will be the item in April at this point to discuss the current ordinance and RFP.
So I apologize, I haven't been involved in all the steps here. You've got a consulting company that's coming up with the selection process, right?
Tierra West is currently under contract. They were a little delayed from our initial hope and action a couple months ago, but they are currently reviewing the ordinance as written, along with our draft RFP or application process for the selection of two licensees. They are right now looking at the two documents, scrubbing for inconsistencies and making some general recommendations on options for us as we consider final approval. That will be back in April. First meeting in April is our current target.
What comes back, the selection process or the
Both.
recommendations for the ordinance?
Both, yeah.
And when they come back, everything will be in congruence.
They'll make recommendations on how to make things
congruent.
in harmony in that sense. They're
And
going
that
to flag
includes
the
this buffer map.
inconsistency. The buffer map's fine. Buffer map's a policy document. What this
So all we
discussion,
have to say, refer to is you can't put it anywhere where this buffer map says you can't.
yeah,
So it doesn't matter what we do to this tonight, they can still write the ordinance.
we've already written the ordinance. You have an ordinance.
Right, but they're going to make recommendations to bring it in alignment with the selection process.
They are. And if you make adjustments or give us direction to make adjustments to the language that's in the ordinance that pertains to buffer maps, you give that to us
Okay,
tonight. That
got
would be
it, got it.
incorporated into their discussion as well.
Understood, thank you. Sorry, thanks for bearing with me, council, I'm new to this. So, hold on, I think I got my little app working, but I did see Councilmember Barrett was first up.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Thank you, Elizabeth, who's become a cannabis expert. And thanks for returning with the buffer map. It's appreciated. The buffer map looks really good to me. I just have two items that I wanted to propose. If you could zoom in, if you have the buffer map to Dale Page Park in the north. Look, yeah, it's a little to the right and up just a touch.
A little slow,
Right
sorry.
there. And you could maybe draw a cursor around that. Whoa. There it is.
I'm starting to get seasick.
I apologize. Right here.
Just point to it.
There it is.
Right there.
So the two items, one is, and it involves Dale Page Park. I would propose we do a buffer around parks. Other cities have done them. City of LA has like a 600-foot buffer, so-called sensitive area. I don't think we need 600 feet. Even 50 feet, I think, would cover Dale Page and would cover any other parks that are kind of embedded in residential communities like that just by happenstance have a commercial strip next to it. So that would be one proposal, small buffer around parks. And the other one concerns the definition of daycare. We currently have, as you know in the ordinance, a buffer around daycare centers as another sensitive area. We have a carve out though for so-called family daycares. Some cities have them, some don't, we do. And so there's not a buffer around these daycares we see like in residential areas like the Teddy Bear Academy where it's a house, it's a large house, and then on the lot they have a playground area. Basically they run a daycare out of the home. Sometimes the provider lives there, sometimes they don't. But if they're licensed as a family daycare, they're not currently covered in our buffer zones. And we have at least a couple of those in the D5 area. So that would be my second request and proposal, is that we include family daycare within the daycare buffers and put that into effect. So that's all I have. Thanks for bringing this back, and I turn it over to the council and public for a discussion.
Okay, quick question. Does the city have that data on daycares that are out of people's homes?
I had a very long email to Councilmember Barrett today. So what we can do to pull a list of home-based daycares is go to the state and see which daycares have been licensed that are home-based. The only tricky part is that their addresses aren't listed on the state website, so then we would need to get creative and try to locate them through Yelp or Google and correlate their website and whatever license number, which Councilmember Barrett did manage to do with one of the locations, and correlate it with the license listed on the site. In my initial work, we can figure it out and come up with that list of home-based daycares.
Councilmember Obaji, the thing is working now, so if you want to log in. Sorry about that. I got trained over the recess.
Okay.
So I totally agree with the sentiment of what Councilmember Barron's trying to do. If you could light up 2B.
You always have to look at it. It's the same number.
I know. I forget whether it's 2B or B2, but B2 is more, it seems to be more, inherent or natural to say. So I don't think we would vote. I'm not prejudging, but I just can't imagine the council voting to put a cannabis dispensary right here wedged in the middle of a residential area.
It's not.
Oh, sorry, it's not plugged in.
Awfully dark.
So that's Dale Page Park. It's only, 2 commercial lots. Do we need to do a radius around Dale Page Park, or can we just essentially say that those properties are ineligible for a cannabis license?
I think you can just exempt those.
I think we could.
It's a question for the city attorney.
I think so. I think we can, but I would, again, revert to our city attorney.
Because this is totally surrounded by residential, right? These are 2 parcels or however many commercial parcels. One is a kid's barber shop, another's a catering company, and another's a cafe and a Brazilian restaurant. I think those are the 4 businesses there. And so I just don't see it as a great place. It's not central to Redondo Beach. It's not central to our neighboring cities who may have people who want to come over. So I definitely agree with the desire to not have a cannabis dispensary there. I'm not sure it takes zoning to do it, but if so, if we could do it as narrowly as possible, that'd be great. The other thing I wanted to consider is our northeast corner of the city includes an In-N-Out, a Vons, a huge parking lot. Actually, let me put it up on the screen here. A huge parking lot. And this is kind of an ideal place for a dispensary. And I realize that Lawndale High is over here, but it's actually buffered by all these auto repair shops and upholstery. But this is at the corner of the city. And this site is included for, I believe, some of this site is included in our housing plan. So this is a great place that's accessible by our neighbors for it. So I'd be interested to see if anybody would be willing to remove the buffer from this area. But otherwise, and then the last concern that I heard in the last meeting was about, sorry, let me get out of here, was about the Artesia area over here. But as you can tell, Councilmember Barrett, when I watched it, one of the sites, the sandbox, is ineligible anyways under the ordinance because it's been busted for illicit cannabis in the last
3 years.
3 years, or 5 years actually, under, and I misstated that earlier, you, Mike. But yeah, so I'm happy with the maps as they are. with the exception of the Dale Page Park area.
Yeah.
You okay with it?
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, sorry. On that point of the family, I don't want to put staff through that of looking through, essentially figuring out where they are. I think once we have the 3 preferred or 5 preferred, however many cannabis dispensaries that we might award the license to, I think we can then deep dive on those particular sites and see what's around. But we're going to have the council voting on that and deciding where to put it. And so we're going to be sensitive to what the surroundings are for each one of these sites.
Yeah.
Right?
In the process, I don't know, can we do that?
If it's in our criterion, but that's going to be something we have to determine through the selection process. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
So we're still waiting for Chair West to review their suggestions. And Mayor, one of the issues was HDL, from my point of view, came up with their standard form process, which may have some justifications. Well, that conflicts with the ordinance that we have. And we want their input as to which they prefer or which elements of each be capped or be modified. And then we can look at the liability concerns, and I'll give the written report. And my concern, Councilman Abaji, is that the more discretion you leave yourselves, the more potential liability you could have.
Right. Okay. So if I may continue to hold the floor for a moment on this.
Are you okay with that, Councilmember Lowenstein?
So I did get a lot of emails about whether we tie the property to the licensure or not. And I thought that was the recommendation that we got, and I've discussed it with Councilmember Nierenheim, that you kind of need to. And also, when you think about if we didn't tie the property with it, then we'd have to approve a person, then have them come back with a property. And what if they came back with a property that we rejected? Do we drop the person and move to a different company? Or do we say, hey, go fetch another property and come back in 3 months and so on and so forth?
And that's one of the things that we've heard you and that the Chair West is looking at. And the problem is that the process was giving a lot of points for pre-property approval. But the ordinance said we wouldn't consider that. And they're going to look at it from their experience with other cities. And then I'm going to review those issues in terms of, well, if we're going to go this way, how specifically is the best way to protect the city from liability? But what I'm saying is, if it doesn't violate, if it's not in the buffer map, it may be problematic if the council is exercising jurisdiction for something that isn't in the process or isn't in the ordinance. It's the only thing, just as a general, well, I'm sure what you were saying, I'm sure the council won't put it there. Well, based on what if it's not in your policy is my concern.
Let me make this final point about Artesia Boulevard. I see a cannabis dispensary if they were to come onto Artesia Boulevard as providing investment to this corridor that desperately needs more capital investment. When I see the cannabis dispensaries that have set up shop, at least on the outside, in Palm Springs, Palm Desert, elsewhere, they're nice places. They look nice. They don't strike you as, oh, this place that's selling what was formerly an illicit drug. So, and the last comment I'll say is I've reached out to my community members, District 4 residents, about the illicit sandbox that was there, illicit church that was operating behind the sandbox, asking them, if this were a legal dispensary selling cannabis, would you have a problem with it? And the reaction wasn't awful because that location had parking, significant parking that was screened off, usually had an armed security guard out there and so on and so forth. With that said, they're violating the law, so everybody wanted them shut down. That's all I got to say on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I would agree about the comment about some of the dispensaries tend to be very nice. There's one, I think it's is it Palm Canyon in Palm Springs? It looks like an Apple store. It's beautiful. So to wholesale say this isn't right for our city on Artesia, I don't think it's right. Regarding home daycare centers, when we first went through this, I actually wanted to have a buffer for residential. And I realized that was hopeless because that's the first thing. The second thing is I'm not in favor of doing this for daycare for a couple of reasons. One is home daycare. One is they pop up and they leave. We don't know. Case in point, Teddy Bear Academy, with both my kids went to, has been closed for 10 years. So you bring that up, but the woman is in Netherlands right now. So I know that place pretty well. If you're trying to eliminate Artesia completely, that's the wrong way to do it. But I think that's the wrong way of going about this. I think also we're trying to keep it away from teenagers, not from 4-year-olds and 3-year-olds, honestly. So
Them to have it?
we're trying to keep this away from very young people or young people. But I'm not worried about 3- and 4-year-olds going and buying it. I really am not. So, keep in mind that the target audience that we're trying to serve, and also the target audience we're trying to keep it away from, and keeping away from as teens, keep it allowed is for people over 21, and or people with medical conditions as well too. With over, is it 18 for over medical conditions, or is it 21?
So
I think it's 18.
But if I can follow up, the one thing, and I'm not arguing for or against, because this is a policy call.
Yeah.
But our current ordinance, as Councilman Barrett correctly points out, excludes the family daycare centers, but it applies as written to all daycare centers, not just licensed daycare centers. And there are like 15 categories of daycare centers that don't have to be licensed by the state. So that could, just know that this could be challenging for city staff to monitor. I'm not saying you should or you shouldn't, but just know that that's a factor.
So based on what you're saying, if I understand correctly, it's both licensed and non-licensed. Can we say only licensed?
You can.
Okay.
But I'm not saying to do so. I'm just saying that would go along with
It would be very challenging to have
concern.
non-licensed and licensed is what I'm saying.
Yeah, there are exceptions, and Ms. Ford is here and she can address it more specifically, but like gyms that have childcare, but the parent's always on, they don't have to be licensed, and there are 15 categories.
Right.
Now, there are arguments to not have it near some of those categories, so just, we'll send you that statute.
Yeah.
All of you, and you can go through it and see if you want to have both licensed and unlicensed, or you just want to have the unlicensed but exclude the family daycare center.
Okay. All right, that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Thank you, Mayor Light. Yeah, I think this is very conversation regarding what you want in a buffer zone, what you don't want in a buffer zone. In a way, it doesn't matter if you don't have a location attached to the application, because you can't judge an applicant and the true ability of them to perform what they say they're going to do. I would tread very lightly on the home daycare licensed or not licensed aspect. I think, as to the point earlier, these things can pop up and shut down, and they're private probably for a reason. The address, multitude of reasons. You're dealing with children, and so I would be very careful, very leery of adding that. I don't want to increase the size of any buffer zones. This has been all very thoroughly gone over the Planning Commission multiple times. I appreciate this conversation that we're having this. And there was a group that before that had this, that talked about this. If you really want to do a carve out, I might be able to get there for that for Dale Page, but anybody that comes in to our community and wants to put a business at Dale Page, I would just simply look at that and say, there's no way you're going to get a lot of points on a lot of this stuff here. You're just not. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. You need traffic, you need volumes of people, and this is purely residential, one small little road that goes in by this area. And you were looking for businesses that are going to be taking in volumes $10 to $15 million a piece. So I don't think any of those businesses there that are doing any kind of volume. I would be very much, as Councilmember Obaji stated, in favor of, after going through all this, directing you guys, when you work with Tierra West, to update for our ordinance and application process to require property, to give you guys and give us maximum control over the application and applicants, and really be able to judge the site. I see you, city attorney, manager, everyone's shaking their heads. So I just want to give that now. I'd probably include that in a motion moving forward. So when they do come back, so when Tierra West comes back, we have this, and we're going to have that as part of our direction. So we get some security, and I really want to talk to the public on the security, because we as council members are going to go back to our public and say, hey, here's an application, here's a location, and they're going to do some due diligence. And if we don't have any of that requirement in there, they A, don't have to do it, and B, it can be, they just show up somewhere, go. We give them a conditional use license, permit, whatever, and this, boom, they go and don't have any input. It can get really crazy. And I think I want to say, of all the cities that I've been looking at recently in the last few years, they all required property in there. So I'd be in favor of keeping things kind of the way they are, and requiring property.
It would be helpful just to wait until we hear from them. Because I don't want to prejudge where the liability, I'm nodding my head because everything I've heard and read so far, that protects against liability. But there are some specific concerns that I have regarding the property. So if you could just wait towards that, and maybe we that amend our ordinance to be consistent with the process. But
if it helps, I got to admit, when he was down here, that best practices including property. That was free advice.
I anticipate
pay extra for that.
I anticipate that it may well go that way, but I just hate to prejudge that. And I do think that I'm inclined, without having researched that some sort of a buffer zone on Dale Page Park is the easiest way to, if you don't think that's a good spot anyways, it may just be a good way. If that's the one thing that all of you may agree upon, it may just be add the buffer around Dale Page Park and you don't need anything else. Because I've heard you say you're okay with that. I've heard, the other two. I think there's controversy as to the, not having heard from all of you on the getting rid of the family daycare center exemption, but it may just be that's the one thing you can agree upon in terms of tweaking the buffer zone.
Is that it? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kalijarovic.
Yes.
Kalijarovic,
yes. I think the comment you made about Dale Page Park is well received. I mean, it makes a lot of sense in that area. And we can do kind of that specific spot and just exempt it. Because I think if we did parks, then we're also, we're getting around, we could do Lilienthal Park, and it may expand it into an area we don't want to go to.
So we still need to do the research, but in terms of having a clear and definite objective where someone doesn't meet the standard, I'm more comfortable with that. If it's only going to be that park, it's not like you're zoning it out of existence.
Okay, that was my only.
Okay, thanks. I have a couple questions myself. So is there anything in the way the ordinance is written or this map is drawn that would Galleria count as a potential spot?
It's eligible currently.
Okay. What about where we put residential overlays from the housing element? Is there anything?
That doesn't affect
it.
The way it's written currently. As Councilmember Lowen's team mentioned, we had looked at housing adjacent to commercial, and that pretty much would buffer out everything in everything in the community. Yeah,
could be housing or it could be
something
the other
else.
use, right? So
Or mixed use.
or mixed use.
And remember this-
mixed use, it's okay. You can put in the ground floor of a mixed use.
Yeah, currently.
Okay. Okay. I've got no members of the public. Oh, we got some speaker cards. Thank you. Okay, first Jonathan Savetko and then Timothy Dodd.
Good evening. My friends back there encouraged me to say that my name is Jonathan Svetko. I'm a resident of Redondo Beach, District 1. So a couple things. I will continue to keep informing of you what is the status of the industry. It has been something I've been doing for the last year and a half. I certainly hope it does not fall on deaf ears. So let me start with a couple of things. Last time we were here, I ended up telling you that we had fallen below the minimum threshold on a state level of tax revenues that were expected by the state. That lack of being able to hit that has now resulted into having the largest portion that benefits from the majority of the state taxes, which is the drug prevention community that takes care of youth prevention programs, and now sending a letter last week to Governor Newsom, unified, demanding that the state resolve this, giving 3 examples. 1, raise the cultivation tax or bring it back. 2, raise the taxes on a state level. Or 3, take money out of the state budget, which is currently at a $73 billion deficit. There is no solution. It is getting worse. I will keep emphasizing that it continues to get worse. Next up, you might have seen the LA Times article. LA Times article which is stated saying pot shop owes millions in taxes, so California sold their bongs and pipes and made $2,000. They enforced against 10 shops that owed a combined $14.4 million, held an auction and made less money than it probably even cost to hold the auction. So the enforcement is failing. CDTFA recently came out with their reports. Last year, I told you that there were several hundred retailers that were behind and had tax liabilities. That number has only grown since that last year. Furthermore, our Q4 taxes have gone down yet again. City of Fresno recently, and I'm encouraged to see my friend here tonight, Mr. Dodd. Him and I have had multiple conversations over the last year and a half that he reached out here, telling me about some of the challenges that he even faces within the industry. In Fresno, for the last several years, they have not been able to meet their budget projections for cannabis to where they have fallen short as high as $4 million. For several years, they have not met this. So I can imagine our city here, say, basing our budget based on projections that we're not hitting when we have a crisis in the industry where it keeps getting worse and worse. I can't stress that enough. I'll end by saying with the zoning, I do not agree that we allow this into the mall. The committee did not recommend it. The Planning Commission did not recommend it. I do not think that that's a responsible place for us to put this forward. I do think that we should consider putting in more community outreach on this to get more feedback on what is right for us in here. That said, I am glad to see the map has held up pretty well, and I want to commend Elizabeth as well too for the great work in bringing back a lot of the stuff that we've had in here. It's been a lot of work to go through that, so thank you.
Thank you. Timothy Dodd.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Tim Dodd. I'm the CEO and co-founder of a large cannabis retailer in Los Angeles called Sweet Flower. We have 8 locations in California, mostly in LA County, Culver City, Pasadena, a number in LA. We have a store up in Chico. I'm also just about to open our store in Fresno. So glad to be here. I'd like to thank the staff for a very thorough report and an excellent map and buffer zone. So Sweet Flower's been in operation since 2018. We've paid about $35 million in state and local taxes. We're current on all of our taxes. We're profitable. We employ about 230 people. We're a UFCW shop, so the stores in Los Angeles are all under a collective bargaining agreement with the UFCW 770, which has been a good relationship. We've donated about $300,000 in charitable donations, actual money, to about 24 charities that we work with in the communities that we serve in our cities. We focus on community, on engagement, and on listening to people. So for me, it's important to note a couple of things. Firstly, when you make a decision about operation of cannabis businesses in your city, it's a privilege, not a right for us to be here. Second, it's important that you look at not just who we are, but I think where we are. I've been involved in cities where they have not specified property, and those cities have taken a lot of time and become embroiled in litigation based on kind of a 2-step process where it's operated in CUP. And that's been very difficult for us. I was personally involved, and we were really the small mom and pop shop in that store. You know, we were in the city. We ended up being sued by lots of large companies outside California. So, you know, for us as a small local operator, very important to have clarity of process, trust and transparency in the process, high integrity in the process. And I think from my point of view, that starts with knowing who we are and knowing where we will be. The point on the Galleria, that's a little bit of a red herring. Gallerias, large properties, like those kinds of things, commercial development, they are all most likely will have a large FDIC backed loan. So they will automatically not be able to take a cannabis tenant because they will lose their loan. So we're going to put that aside. The point about the unlicensed family daycare centers, I think has been problematic in other cities that we've worked in because they do pop up, they move around, and I think it would create a lot of work on the staff to try and find those locations and figure out where they are. So it's kind of a very difficult thing to get your head around. But again, I think I would commend the city on the process to date. We would be very interested in setting up a location, if we could, in the city of Redondo Beach. But again, it's a privilege for us, not a right. So thank you.
Mr. Dodd, do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
No, sure.
Okay. I have a couple set of standard questions I asked them. You already answered. First one's first. Are you going to try to get a license in Redondo Beach?
Yeah, if the process is moving forward, we'd love to be part of that. Yes.
Okay. And you said you have how many stores?
So we have 7 in operation now. One that we're moving. One moving from Melrose to another part of kind of the West Hollywood area. We are opening our store in Fresno, which comes online in about 3 weeks. We have Chico, Studio City, downtown Los Angeles, Westwood, Culver City, Pasadena, and I think I'm missing one. So 7 going to 8.
Are you a massive conglomerate corporation, or are you like a mom and pop kind of thing? I mean, you're moving around the state.
And I think it's about 9 investors who are all I'm an immigrant, so I would say family and friends, but my family are broke, so that's my friends. And it's been kind of going since 2018. So my prior career is I'm a lawyer. I worked at Warner Brothers for many, many years. I've been in this country as an immigrant for 30 years. I'm a proud American by choice. 4 young kids, and very much family involved.
Got it. Are you up to date on your taxes and fees with both the cities that you're working on and the state, if you can answer that?
Yeah, no, we're completely up to date. We also project forward. So excise tax is a bear, I think, as Mrs. Saveco pointed out. But we're in a position where we now project forward our excise tax, and we actually reserve against that. So we know that every quarter we have to pay 15% of our sales to the city TFA. That's where I think a lot of cannabis companies who are not operating the way we do, and I'm just guessing, have had some issues. We don't have that problem, thankfully. So we project forward and we reserve that money. It's not our money, it's the government's money. So we put that away in a different bank account. We don't touch that. And then every quarter, we release that to the city TFA.
Well, that's good.
And we're current on all of our local taxes. And we also, in some of our cities, we have contribution agreements. So in Chico, for instance, this is public, there's a 5% community benefit fee. And then we donated voluntarily an extra 1%. That 1% is over $100,000, and we've begun to contribute that into the city of Chico, in addition to the more than $500,000 that's gone in already from the 5%.
Yeah, that's great to hear. I have a bond. I think we add a bond in there for make sure that if people default, we can just extract from the bond. So that's good to hear.
Yeah.
And I think you said this earlier, but are you profitable and you're looking to move forward? So for you, it's not doom and gloom. It's
well, I think Mr. Saveco pointed out there are a lot of pitfalls in these businesses. The biggest issue that we have is competition with the illegal market. So we do look for cities like Culver City and Pasadena that have a very aggressive, coordinated enforcement regime with police, with staff, with planning commission, and code enforcement. And so like in Pasadena, and there's been a lot of issues in Pasadena, but they did a lot of things correctly, and I commend them for this. They shut down something like 34 illegal dispensaries. Unfortunately, those illegal dispensaries have moved across the border into unincorporated LA County, where they don't have the same enforcement mechanism. Culver City has, and again, if you're interested, I think Culver City is another place to look. I am based in Culver City every day. Culver City shuts down dispensaries within 3 weeks, and that's
because they have a retail operation in the city. so they're able to
We
move
are
forward?
the only retailer in the city. They approved 3. We got open. The other 2 have not come to fruition for various reasons. But they have us, but they are adamant about shutting down illegal operations. So they actually now have an expedited task force that will do that. And as a result, word gets around the illegal community and they don't shop in Culver City. So I think it's a really important point that for an operator looking to come into a city, the standard of care that the city takes on its own operations is very important as well, because it's a partnership.
A question I don't normally ask this, but how is security around your shops? Do your neighbors feel safe? Culver City is a very dense area.
Yeah. So
There's residential everywhere.
So using that as an example, we have we are beside a residential zone. My store, our store in Culver City is about 47 feet to a very dense, very well, a very, very nice residential area. We're across the street from Apple, Sony Pictures, Equinox, and large commercial buildings. But that street is very important to us as the operator. So we have advanced security. We have 3 layers of security, 4K cameras up and down the street. We have a system that actually voices down, has a camera system with a speaker so we can voice down to people if they're approaching the store and after hours. We've never had any issues at that store ever. And we also were able to relocate some unhoused people who were setting up camp across the street. So the neighbors feel very secure and very safe. We do not need overnight security there, but yeah.
All right, thank you. That's it. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the audience?
This is Andy Porchop, and I'm from Torrance. I can tell you, Torrance is just no selling, no delivering, no nothing. And I'm always opposing the decision, but this is the one I did not oppose because, we have alcohol and we have nicotine, and that's enough to people to get hooked on, So me personally, thank God, I'm not hooked on any substance. And, any of these things did not affect me. But the problem is the people who affected. And I don't want to talk about things, what happened in my family, but, cannabis and other drugs, what kids do, it's a lifelong break in their life because it's ruin their life. If they go to juvie hall or in college or this and that. So I think alcohol and cigarette is enough to anybody, to get a little high, Anyway, but that's a big money-making opportunity, I understand. And also what I did not like in this thing, that people approved it, and it's good for the lawyers because lots of people, doing DUIs now because, lots of arrests, lots of lawyer fees and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience? Anyone else online?
Yes, Mayor, I actually have a couple hands raised. The first one is Daniel Sosa. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Greetings, City Council. My name is Daniel Sosa. I'm the CEO of Beehive Group. We own and operate 3 dispensaries in the city of Los Angeles. One of them I founded and have been operating since 2007 for 17 years. I was planning to speak about, definitely agree with, it will limit your application pool. I actually want to pivot a little bit because I have had the property, the Sandbox building, in escrow for almost a year. I am planning to apply at. And I just heard Councilman Obagi offhandedly mention that that building would not be eligible. and because there was some unlicensed cannabis activity there in years past. And it's concerning to me because this is the first time I've ever heard about this. And I'm going to, check the ordinance myself and just kind of verify that information for myself. But if that is the case, that's pretty concerning to me. And I just want to point out that, I would be purchasing the building, and I just learned about this today. I have obviously nothing to do with any of the history of the building. So I would hope that, you guys would reconsider that. I know that you have spoken about it as a potential ideal location for a dispensary in the past. And, I would just hope that I would have the opportunity to apply, throw my hat in the ring, and apply at that property. Additionally, I would just like to say that I think you may want to consider a lottery process that also requires property. I know that, one of the objectives of the city is to have a fair process which limits your liability, and another is to be conservative with your resources. And I believe that a lottery licensing process accomplishes those things much better than a subjective merit-based application process. I think subjective merit-based processes have more potential to open the city up to lawsuits from failed applicants, and a lottery is a random drawing and is far less likely to result in litigation. As far as conserving resources, a lottery process will save the city money in terms of potential litigation, and it is also much cheaper, easier, and faster to administer.
Do we have a motion to extend?
No.
No?
But I would like to ask some questions.
Well, then we should extend it.
May I have 30 more seconds?
Motion to extend 30 seconds.
Second.
Okay, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I understand the perspective of a merit-based process because it gives the city more say in who's operating. But, I've done multiple lottery application processes and merit-based processes in multiple states and jurisdictions. And I think that the, lottery process is just a much better situation for the city. It's like I said, it's easier,
Time's up.
faster.
Your time's up, sir. Thank you.
Sir, real quick, can I ask you a question? May I ask you a question? No? Okay.
Do we lose him? Okay, next.
Mr. Sosa?
Yes.
Quick question. So I think you kind of answered some of these questions already, but I asked this for all the people who call in the cannabis industry. You are currently looking to get a license or will be getting a license in Redondo if you can?
Yes. I'm planning to apply at the Sandbox building if possible. That's been my plan for over a year.
Okay. And you have 3 stores, you said, currently?
Yes.
And are you up to date on your taxes with the cities that you're in and your community development fees or community integration fees and with the state as well as state taxes?
Yes.
Okay. And can you say if you're profitable?
Yeah, we're profitable.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
One follow-up question.
Oh, go ahead, Zane.
I may. Did you operate a church there before?
Absolutely not. I have nothing to do with any previous operations. I just learned about the building and got that building into escrow about a year ago.
Well, respectfully, there's some news articles about it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
The next speaker is Devon Wardlow. You may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Appreciate you all staying late tonight. My name is Devon Wardlow, Vice President of Public Affairs at Embark. Embark is a cannabis retailer with 12 operational storefronts throughout California, all run through merit-based processes akin to what Redondo Beach is implementing. I want to thank city staff and city leadership for prioritizing this discussion on the merits of acquiring property as part of the cannabis retail selection process. As a prospective applicant, I have been meeting with community stakeholders to better understand community sentiment on retail cannabis and to do my part to proactively address concerns and answer questions. In these conversations, one of the primary concerns raised is location. Where specifically will the 2 dispensaries be located? Folks understand the council has detailed zoning and buffers, but community members want the opportunity to provide feedback to the council on the specific location in conjunction with this council's approval of an operator, not afterwards. The vast majority of California municipalities implementing merit-based processes require property with their application, as it is necessary to evaluating factors that will be critical to determining the success of an applicant's proposal, including neighborhood compatibility, operational feasibility, sufficiency of proposed security practices, and possibly most importantly, the feedback of community members and immediate neighbors that will be most impacted by a specific site. Given it is this council that will make the final determination as to which applicants will serve this community, it is critical that members of the council maintain both the responsibility and the right of evaluating the totality of the applicant's proposal, not only the operator's track record, but the overall compatibility and feasibility of their proposed location. In order for residents to effectively participate in the public hearing when the winning applicants will be selected, the proposed sites must be identified and evaluated by this council. If property is not required and it is left as an afterthought to be dealt with by city staff and the Planning Commission, many community members have expressed to me that they will feel effectively silenced throughout the selection process, limiting their ability to provide site-specific feedback to only after this council has already approved an operator. This can lead to many issues, both in relation to community acceptance of retail cannabis and to the efficiency and integrity of the process itself. I respectfully urge the City Council to direct staff to amend the current cannabis ordinance to be consistent with the proposed application procedures and guidelines and require property as part of the overall selection process. We very much look forward to this council taking decisive action tonight such that this process can move forward expeditiously and the community can start realizing the benefits retail cannabis can provide. Thank you all for staying late tonight and for all the work that you're doing to ensure that cannabis retail licensing in Redondo Beach is done right.
Ms. Wardlow, can I ask you a couple questions?
Yes.
I think you spoke last time, I want to say, and I didn't have all my questions, so apologize for that. Are you looking to get a license here in Redondo Beach?
Yes, I hope to apply in the city's licensing process.
Okay. How many stores do you have for the company that you represent?
We have 12 stores throughout California.
Okay. Are you up to date on your taxes and fees with the city and state and been paying your community integration fees?
Yes, I did want to respond to some of the comments that were made earlier in public comment, just to assure the council that there definitely are operators that are performing very well, that are not having issues paying their taxes. We are an operator that operates in 12 different municipalities throughout this state, obviously with all different varying tax levels and whether it's a specific tax or a development agreement. And in all cases, we are fully up to speed on our taxes, and we are paying, over tens of millions of dollars in tax revenue throughout the state of California.
And the last question, I don't know if you can answer this or not, but the profitability of the company that you're representing.
Yes, we are a fully profitable company, and we're very proud of the work that we're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others?
There are no other members raising their hand on Zoom. And just for the record, we do have 3 e-comments. Let's see, 1, 2 in opposition and 1 in support. And that
I don't know
concludes.
how you be in opposition to it. Councilmember Zane, Budgie, sorry.
One of the things maybe, Mr. City Attorney or Ms. House, that could we take up with TR West is this idea of a lottery, not to say a lottery of all the applicants, but if staff was going to whittle down the applicants based on the objective criteria that it has to X number, and let's say we don't put a predetermined limit on it, but say these are the best of them that are objectively standing out from the crowd. Could we then at council, look at all of them, say, okay, we agree these are the best, or these are all good, and we shouldn't pull any from them, and then put them all in the lottery. That way, we're not actually making the decision, and by making it random, we're kind of insulating ourselves a little bit.
You may recall that HDL had talked about that as a way of the pros are exactly what you identified in that it's less subject to litigation for a improper decision. The con is that you have to give up a lot of control. And if someone wins the lottery that the majority of people are upset with, you have to live with that. So that's certainly something that we'll be looking at, the pros and cons of that, so.
Okay, thanks. That's it.
Okay, any motion, any action you want to direct staff on?
I mean, I'd rather give you guys some clarity moving forward regarding location. We're talking about buffer maps here. I'd like to keep the buffers the way they are. Do you feel comfortable the way they are? Okay.
Yeah, with the exception of the Dale page.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to meet me halfway on this. I'll make a motion to do a buffer around Dale Page,
It's fine.
right? And
We have to define the size right now?
we will, no?
Properties adjacent to
We know
Dale
what you're trying to exclude.
And
Yeah.
just, if you have discretion, then we can propose something to you.
Councilmember Narenheim,
Okay, and-
the commercial properties adjacent to Dale
Right.
Page.
That's really what
Commercial
we're-
properties
yeah.
adjacent to Dale Page.
The property is currently designated as commercial.
And to come back with those updates at the next meeting that we have regarding this.
Okay.
And to include verbiage and process to include property as part of the application process.
I think you've given us that direction. We're
Not
evaluating
that
that.
direction, I just want to leave I don't know what Tierra West is going to say. I fully expect it to be property, but just keep in mind, it probably would be best to just wait until we bring that to you, because then you're going to make the final decision.
Anyway,
What I will say is our research as staff, and barring the final legal review, we can give a little deference there, suggested the same. Property as being a requirement was beneficial. The cities that have had successful license applications and gotten through the more difficult periods have cited that as a benefit.
It's just, you had your steering committee that came up with the recommendation in the ordinance for a reason, and I think it would be best. I don't know that it's going to make a material difference. I
know what the TRS has already said, right? So, I mean, I'm just trying to, we're getting the Dale Page in here and we're getting the other things in here. So just trying to give you guys, so when you come back, I don't want to do 3, 4, 5 steps.
Yeah, I don't think it will make a difference in terms of the steps, because we're
Okay.
going to prepare their advice. I'm going to prepare my written report to you, and then you're going to give direction, which will lead to returning with the ordinance and the
Final RFP.
the final process. So I don't think it will make a difference. It's just, I think in general, as a process, it's probably best to not prejudge the evidence, even if we all strongly suspect which way it may lead.
Okay, so that'll be my motion.
that's your motion, is just exclude, keep them the same, but exclude the commercial properties adjacent to Dale Page, right? Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Barron.
I'm just going to ask so I'm clear. Motion to exclude the properties next to Dale Page that are currently designated as commercial.
Right.
That's it. Yeah, aye.
Any other discussion? Okay, let's call the vote.
And to come back at our discussion.
Yeah, we're doing that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Good work.
Okay,
I know it's getting late. We can, if the council wishes, push the next item to the meeting on the 12th. It's not time sensitive.
you guys want to hear city manager items?
It's going to be fast, I think.
We're here. He's ready.
Can it be fast? Can you go fast?
Oh, I was referring more to the flag item P1, but,
That should be a no-brainer. So-
okay, all right, well, let's keep moving.
So,
City manager
stay
items, just thank you for the team effort on the presentation of the memorial service on Sunday. Renee, Elizabeth, Luke, all of you who spoke, wonderful job. Really, really appreciative of all the effort. It really was a team effort. Mayor Light did a fantastic job stepping in as MC. Really, Renee, when you get a chance, some of you have already done this, say thank you to Renee. She did a fantastic job getting it coordinated. Police, fire, public works, all of their support as well. So definitely a team effort. Just want to acknowledge all of that hard work and
I will
just
tell you, the
grateful for
family-
everybody's participation.
The family was touched by it, so
I'm
well
super
done.
glad to hear that. And of course, they were big contributors to content and their help in all this was obviously essential. So just really pleased with how it all came together. That's all I have tonight.
That's it. Okay. Mayor and council items. So P1, discussion and possible action related to initiating student Pledge of Allegiance program. You can read the rest. So, any discussion on that? Okay.
All right, thank you, Mayor
Can you
and
make it
council.
fast?
Yes, sir. Give me
you.
a couple minutes and I'll give you the item. Lucy, if you could light me up. So this item was brought to us by Councilmember Kalu Jedovich in November of last year. Basically, it's just looking at establishing a student Pledge of Allegiance program and also finding ways to honor active duty military and or veterans in that process. And so looking at what exists out there, we looked at Parker, Colorado. They have a student and youth Pledge of Allegiance program, which I know Parker, Colorado is special to one of our council members. And
Actually,
two, all right.
my family lives there too.
Awesome. And so their program is just open to all youth, not specifically students, not tied to any school district or any local youth organizations formally. And they started it in 2022, had good participation, and then in 2023 tailed off a little bit and only had 3 people participate. And so as we looked at potentially establishing a program, we thought starting with the school district was a really good way. So we've reached out to the school district. Dr. Wesley is interested in partnering with us to establish a student Pledge of Allegiance program. Her one request and caveat for doing that was that we add some sort of, pre-script with the students or allowing them to make a quick statement about themselves, their school, what they love about Redondo Beach or what they're studying, just to kind of make it a little more memorable for them. But overall, very open to it. And I think that would be a great way to tap into just a huge pool of students in the area. And so looking at honoring, active duty and military veterans, cities take a lot of different approaches. We were, Councilmember Kalajedovich brought us the Vietnam Veterans of America, Chapter 53, which is based here in the South Bay. And they've started a SAFE program called the SAFE program, which is Salute Our Armed Forces Every Day. And basically at the beginning of a council meeting, like where we have typically our mayor, although there was a little change in decorum today with you having Councilmember Narenheim lead the pledge, mayor, whoever's leading the pledge, would just ask any veterans or active duty military in attendance to stand, be recognized, and then the rest of the chamber would join standing and say the Pledge of Allegiance. And so that's a way, it's quick, but I think means a lot to the veterans and active duty military community to be called out specifically in meetings. And so, they present it as something that takes 5 seconds and is no cost to the city. So low bar entry there for us to actually implement a program. And so next steps would just basically be feedback from you on if you want to establish a student Pledge of Allegiance program, what you'd want it to look like, how often you'd want us to get students out here, if you would be interested in, a formal script, want a photo, formal recognition, informal recognition, however you'd want it to go. And then also if you'd like to formally incorporate honoring active duty and veterans into the Pledge of Allegiance process as well, following the SAFE program or something, of your own direction. So it's basically to your discretion how you'd want that to look, and here to answer any questions you may have.
Just a quick question before I turn it over to the council. What do they do during the summer when school's out? Do they still do it?
So Parker, it's active year round, but as the numbers indicate, it fell off a little bit. So, in those months where school isn't in session, we could, go to scouts, local sporting organizations, different things that might have youth that would be.
Good.
Yeah, or even suspend it for those 2 months. I mean, you could do a couple of things.
Councilmember Kalajevic.
Yes. So thank you for doing this. And just
Yes, ma'am.
how ironic, it's my hometown. That was completely random. It really was, actually. But I think this is just a great way of grounding us in what we're here to do, and to partner with the school district seems like the best way to do it because they can advertise at certain schools and rotate it and just keep the pool going as opposed to just having people apply. I mean, we see with our youth commission that sometimes just letting, just having it out there doesn't really fill that spot. So partnering with the school district would be great. And I think during the summer months, they still have rec programs and all kinds of things that we could get out there. And as far as the military recognition, again, it's a simple, please, military members, please stand. We recognize them and continue on. My suggestion would be to include the military recognition, partner with the school district, and then we can, let the youth, whoever's leading it, introduce themselves like you suggested. Tell us a little bit about themselves, whether it's where they go to school or whatever, and get a photo with us. I think we probably don't want to drag out anything longer than that with a recognition or anything like that. But a photo is pretty quick and we could make that work. So that would be my suggestion.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
To answer your question regarding what do they do in the summer months, when I did this, when I was mayor pro tem in May, June, just as they were getting out of school, when I had a member of the public or high school come down and do this, just had a political science class, had one or two people come down and speak on behalf. It was, I believe, it might have been even you call it a scout? No, that was someone else. It was a kid. It was pre-planned. Even though he was out of school, he came down. It was 5 minutes of time. Introduced himself, and
it was pre-planned.
Well, remember, he came up here and I gave him a card. He said, "Call me. You'll do the Pledge of Allegiance," and it's simple. So we can just plan it out that way.
Okay.
So,
great. Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, my only concern about partnering exclusively with RBUSD is we probably have some North Redondo kids who are going to Miracosta, right? So can we open it up to Redondo kids from Miracosta as well? What's that?
Bad choice.
Bad choice. Yeah, I don't know, maybe, but.
Even worse,
I mean,
we might
maybe
get
not.
Hermosa kids.
I know.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, we don't want to do that. No, I'm kidding, but,
And the private kids.
So
Just do RBSD.
I just want to be conscious of that. I don't know what the split is now, whether all the
I don't
North
think we have to
Redondo-
be exclusive, but I think it helps us by partnering with the school district by filling it.
Yeah, absolutely.
We could have an open application on the website where any Redondo resident could apply
Yeah, that'd be
regardless of
awesome.
school
There you
district.
go. Yeah, I like
And,
that.
one thing that would be helpful, just direction from the council, is frequency. Is this just first meeting of the month? Is this is this first and third meeting of the month? Any sense of frequency?
I think it would, like, if,
Every
as much as they want to participate, if we can fill it every spot, I don't see why we shouldn't.
Do you think it's a cumbersome thing?
Well, I mean, we'll be relying, I think, largely, to Luke's point, the school district partnership makes a lot of sense because they'll create the farm system for us to ultimately have an audience here, probably family members attending with the student, et cetera. The question is, if it's one per site, we're going to run out of sites. If we do it, we'll get through most of the sites once a month. If we want to have a higher frequency, we probably need to have each school site present maybe 2 students a month or something along those lines, just to make sure we fill the card. I'm not sure if we're going to get natural applications here.
One student per meeting, right, is what's.
Right. He's talking about once per month.
Yeah, that's the question. If we do this once per month, or we're going to do it we're going to do a first and third meeting or every meeting of the month.
Every time we have to do Pledge of Allegiance?
I mean, we can. It's just we're looking for, at that point, probably 36 plus
Yeah,
students.
if we run out of students, then, we
Then we
tried,
don't
but
do
we
it.
should have a link and we can include it in our newsletters, et cetera, right?
Yeah.
is
The
my
other
thought.
comment I want to make is that this probably brings people into local government and the experience here that normally don't come. So I think that's a really important part of why we're doing this. So
Yep.
if we can fill it every meeting, that's what I want to do.
Does anyone from the public want to speak to this item? Anybody online?
I do not have anyone on Zoom and no e-comments.
Okay, can we get a motion?
A motion to approve this and move this forward for all 3 council meetings? Right?
As frequently as
Per month?
possible, it sounds
Yeah,
like.
try to get-
And have,
As possible.
as possible, and then have a form online for submission.
I'll
And the
second.
veterans?
And include the
And
military
the partnership with the
recognition.
school district.
Partnership, school district, veterans, school district and veterans. What else do we need? That's it, right?
And do we want to kind of formally recognize that SAFE program? Not formally an agenda title, but sort of say we're participating in that SAFE program from the Vietnam Veterans of America.
Yes, that was what.
Just
we
making sure.
recognized them
Yep.
Prior to the pledge.
Yeah, they give an introduction and, yeah. All right.
So you're
Second on that?
clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then I second it. Great.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Okay, let's vote. Everybody for?
All right.
Aye.
Anybody against?
Aye, I'm an aye, sorry. I was
Okay.
falling asleep.
Yeah. Okay, so that's unanimous.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor and council referrals to staff. Councilman Narenheim,
I've got none, thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Several. One is, I've been waiting patiently for almost 5 years for that section of Catalina's median to be done. Where are we at? I need to get a status update.
Catalina, the median where we had the sewer break and we removed the trees. Yeah.
Rip the trees out.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I've been patient.
Yeah.
I'm losing patience. I'd like an update on that. The second thing is I'd like an update on a International Boardwalk bid and storefront improvement plan.
The storefront, the status of the storefront applications. Yeah, we can get you that.
Correct. And then the third is, again, we still have people living in cars, vans on Anita. I'd like to know where we're at with the 4-hour prohibition of parking there and lot 13.
Yeah, I'll get you that offline. We're waiting on coastal.
I don't know how coastal commission's an issue, but you'll have to let me know offline.
We'll let you know.
That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember,
None for me, thank you.
okay, Councilmember Budget, I'm sorry.
I don't know, I'm not that hard committed to this, but if the council is willing to, I'd like to refer discussion on if there are opportunities for street vendors to set up outside of Beach Life during Beach Life weekend.
Yes, I was going to bring that up. Yes, totally. I'm down with that.
Opportunities for street vendors, meaning we've been prohibiting them, I believe.
Yeah, whether we have a space, for example, where they could set up shop, we could let them for a low cost or no cost even, just whatever, some sort of licensing fee we've had complaints here by people, right?
Right.
Maybe there's no location that's really susceptible to it, right?
We can look at it. I think it's, the only question just becomes a kind of the safety and operations plan and sort of how complementary it is to the activity and where we would site it. It just takes a little more logistical work. But I mean, we can certainly have that conversation if that's something that you want us to look into.
Okay, maybe I'll talk to staff per Councilmember Kalajovich's recommendation, talk to staff first, see if it's really viable, then bring the referral.
Thank you. Perfect.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah,
So it's not a referral?
not a referral, withdrawn.
Non-referral.
Not yet, anyway.
No second anyways,
Well, I would have seconded it.
but it's all right, I'll withdraw it and, do the diligence.
Done, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Okay, I have one. I got an email today that I did not get to read through on AB 2230. So I'd like to bring it back the third meeting of this month so that the council can opine on whether we want to support, or it's asking me to support it, so I'd like the council's.
Wait, is that the Coastal Commission? No.
No, that's next week.
No, that's a different one.
2640.
This has to do with affordable housing, but I did not get to read through the whole thing before the meeting.
The email, I got a similar one, came from the city attorney of, has to do with corporate ownership, taking up all the residents and check.
That's not a problem.
So, do you want to discuss it?
So, yeah, I'll make
So
a
we
motion
need
to
to vote
discuss
on that?
that item, yeah.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to discuss that item at the third meeting of the month.
Second.
Anybody, all four?
Aye.
God?
Aye.
I don't know what it was, aye.
And just so the council's aware, next Tuesday night's meeting, it's going to be closed session focused. There is going to be one open session discussion item. It's going to be on 2640, the housing legislation bill that was just endorsed and brought forward last week.
I'd
out of
like to
San
give you more
Diego.
time on this one.
Yeah, this one, I've got to look into
I'll
2230.
forward it to you. I'll work with the city manager on it.
Yeah, just so you know, though, to your point, Nils, that bill, that's the housing bill, the Coastal Act housing bill. So that'll be back next week. That'll be really our sole open session item. We will have a few consent calendar items. Everything else will be closed.
And plan on a lengthy close, please. We have a lot to talk about.
Yep.
Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Nothing on
Second.
closed session this week.
Second.
All right.
So we got a motion and a second. Anybody opposed? Okay, meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Lucy.